Okay, everybody hear me now? Okay, great. All right. So, welcome to DConf Online 2021, day one. We're expecting Attila here in just a minute. We've got 4 pre-recorded talks today, and then we'll have Adam's live coding session in a separate live stream. The links are all on the dconf.org website if you need to go there directly. And does anybody have any questions before we get started? Remember, okay, Nicholas, you have a question before we get started, or you can hear me? Which one? Which was that yes to? Don't forget that at the end of each talk, we'll have the post-talk Q&A, and we'll be giving out prizes. Oh, BeerConf on Discord, not Jitsi. I see. Okay. So if you're around for the post-talk Q&A and you ask a question, I'll be taking your name if your question is answered, and I'll put it in a random generator. I'm using a different one this year, not the standard .random. Ah, I see. Okay, Steve, you'll start the Jitsi instance soon. We'll be giving away a few T-shirts. No, this ain't BeerConf, Ethan. We'll be giving away a few T-shirts, a few coffee mugs, and a few e-gift cards today, on top of our daily prizes. The 3 e-gift cards, 2 for the daily prizes and 1 for the event, will be given out tomorrow. Cool. Thanks, Nicholas. And I'm ready for Attila whenever he gets here. I'll tell you, the talks are pretty good this year. Attila goes through a lot of things he would like to see change in the language, future forward-looking stuff. Stefan's talk, he introduces some simple examples for his core.reflect, and then his talk takes a little bit of a twist that I wasn't expecting, but it's still a useful talk for everyone to listen to. And then we've got Brian Callahan, who got DMD and LDC and GDC available on Openbsd, and he's telling us about. But he makes a very, it's okay at best, but it makes a very, very bold and brave assertion that you will be able to quote after the DConf. And anyone interested in getting decompilers onto other platforms might find this talk useful. And then Bradley's talk, the last pre-recorded talk of the day, is basically a template tutorial. It's a low-level, beginner-level tutorial. If you're already a template expert, you're not going to get anything out of it, but it's still good for anybody who's interested. And Attila, how you doing today?
For some reason, I thought my talk was now, but I just saw your email and apparently not. So,
yeah, your talk starts in 2 minutes, so you're right on time. All right, so we are. Can you hear? We're having audio problems. Okay, I guess Attila will be back in a minute. His talk will be starting in 60 seconds or so. Okay, so remember if you want to see the talk, go ahead and tab over to the video. If you don't have the link, I'll post it. Welcome back, Attila. Can you hear me now?
So I just rejoined.
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, I'm getting you're getting freezes. Okay, there you go. All right. So why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and introduce the talk for the benefit of future viewers of the Q&A video.
I forgot what the title is, so
D for the 21st century, moving fast without breaking things.
Right. So yeah, my name is Attila. I was co-leader of the D programming language, moving fast without breaking things. D for the 21st century. I did this talk based on basically the evolution of the D language and what I think is important going forward, what isn't, etc. And we can't afford to stand still, and what I'd like to see going forward, that kind of thing.
All right, and the talk is getting ready to start. The countdown is on right now. That's funny. I thought the countdown was supposed to start a lot sooner. But anyway, it is start time. So, I have a few questions for you about this talk. I mean, first of all, you mentioned that you were going to talk about something else, but you decided not to, and then you decided to talk about this instead. So I'm curious, why this? Why this topic? Why now?
So what happened was I was talking to Walter, and I didn't really know what I was going to do the talk about, and then I ended up coming up with this idea about terrible features that are being implemented in non-joke programming languages, because obviously, there's so many meme languages that those don't count. And I was going to do that and even posted on the forum asking for ideas, and I just didn't want to do that talk. I kept procrastinating, and I just listened to myself, basically. My brain was telling me that I didn't want to do it. And I kept pacing around my flat and ended up thinking about this. I guess I was chasing my passion. So I was like, what really moves me? And that just came to me, and I went, and then started writing. Whereas I'd been, procrastinating for 2 days, didn't even get a slide really done. And then this just kind of flowed out. And yeah, just that's what drove me. That was the passion I had at the moment, and I really want this language to do well and succeed, and that's what I ended up writing about.
So, I mean, was there any motivation from some of the forum discussions going on these days?
No, not really. It just kind of came from me. It's basically me trying to find my own passion in the D community and the language itself, and something in my subconscious, basically.
Mm-hmm. I see. Well, it looks like YouTube is playing the 5-minute countdown from the start time. I thought the countdown was supposed to start prior to the talk. But yeah, for those of you watching, somebody just asked if this is anime. That's not part of the talk. Wow. Okay. I'm commenting in the talk chat.
You are? Because I don't see anything. Oh, I mean on YouTube?
Yeah. Not on the live chat, on your talk. I mean, not in the live stream, but on your talk, not in Jitsi. So,
right, got it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to change some settings here on these videos real quick. It looks like because I don't want people to sit here and wait 5 minutes from the start time every time the video premieres.
Is this the new Rick crawling? Amazing.
Yeah, it could be, right? You've been Nevezed? Why not? Okay. Edit Premiere. Okay, I'm changing the countdown length to 1 minute. There's no option for no countdown. So each video now will have a 1 minute countdown, and I'll do the others later. Man, yeah, sorry about that, guys. All right, so your title includes the phrase without breaking things. And, this is something that in the community, we always hear people go back and forth. And you do talk about this, how some people say, please, okay, it started now. That's good. You hear some people say, please break my code. I want you to break my code to change this or change that. Other people say, absolutely, no way, you can't break my code. And you put a path forward for code breakage in the form of possible epochs or what do you call them?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, additions.
Additions.
Yeah. But I wonder, where do you see the dividing line for saying, okay, this is minor breakage. We can go ahead and include it in the current version of the language, or, this belongs in a new addition or epoch. I mean, on one end, you have like the Java extreme, where they were so tight about not breaking code that deprecated features were never removed, right? And nothing changed really until I think Java 9 was when they started finally doing that. So, I mean, if you look at one extreme, you have like language, people using the language, they're relying on bugs, the behavior of bugs, right? Or features that aren't working the way they're supposed to, and they rely on this faulty behavior. Okay, is that worthy of a new addition, or can that kind of breakage go into the current version?
I think that's always worthy of a new addition of thinking about backwards compatibility, because one phrase that I learned about when I was working at Cisco, because I worked with one of the guys that was a Java developer actually, and he worked for Sun back in the day. And for me at the time, it was hilarious that he had the hand in shaping the standard library of Java. I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. Somebody who can actually shape the future of a standard library of a language, and I'm working with him. And years later, here I am, focused on all that. But, and at the time on LinkedIn, he had a referral, no, what do you call it? Like when somebody basically said that, yeah, I know that this guy knows this thing. So James Gosling was, saying he knows Java. I'm like, wow, that's interesting. And he introduced me to a phrase which was bug compatible. Because when people try to do rewrites, it turns out, like you said, people depend on the bugs, and you have to be bug compatible with the old version. And there's been several rewrites of software projects that just don't work because they're not bug compatible. And I think that it's really important to keep that in mind with backwards compatibility and the whole theme of the talk. So that's something you need to think about. With regards to your question of, where do you draw the line? I think that goes back to what I call my rule zero of programming, which is always use your head. Like, think about things. Don't, there's rules of thumb, but think, understand the trade-offs and then make a decision. That's why we get paid the big bucks. So it would have to be on a case-by-case kind of thing. I don't think there is anything I could say in general, any kind of guideline. There would have to be, what do you think about this? And you have to think about it and then make a decision about that specific topic or feature or what have you.
Yeah, I see. And I want to say hello to Razvan. He's joining us today for live stream. How you doing, Razvan?
Hi. I'm great. How about you?
Doing well. If you have any questions at any point during any of these sessions, go ahead and feel free to jump in. So, Attila, we have this situation now where, old D code doesn't compile today in a lot of cases. We've already gone through this, and mostly it's because of these little changes that I mentioned. But so you're telling me you want to completely eliminate that. So
yeah, I want to first to be in a world in which old code always compiles, but that at the same time not holding us back from making significant changes and going into the future. Yeah, that's what I want for this community, for this language.
Yeah, I think that'll make definitely some people pretty happy. But I know Funkwerk is I believe they're one of the ones who say break my code.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. But as I mentioned in the talk, the problem with that is you get one user of D saying break my code this particular way, but not other ways, and then somebody else obviously will have different ideas about what's breakable or not. How do you make everybody happy? Well, the short answer is you can't. But
which language do you think handles which languages do you think handle that really well right now besides like C++?
Well, I was going to say C++, obviously, because I think, their example is, again, there's a reason why I mentioned it in the talk too. Their whole message, their whole value-added kind of thing was, adopt us, it will be fine, you risk nothing. You can just include things, and there you go. Hi, Walter.
Hello, Walter.
Yeah, I don't think your mic's on.
Okay, is my mic on now?
Yeah, we hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, right. Cool.
I like your floating mic in the middle of some sort of background thing there. That's great.
Is that Seattle?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Yep. And Razvan is sitting in flames.
With SpongeBob, apparently.
SpongeBob flames. But none of this.
Yeah, this is real. This is real.
Mine too. Well,
yeah, you do have the fake bookshelf in the background.
hey, that's a real bookshelf. Come on now. That's like
believe it. Go get a book off of that.
My comic book collection, all of it's up there. You just can't see it.
Oh wow. Oh. Yeah. That's a much reduced collection there. The last two house moves we did, I threw out dozens of books. I was obsessive about buying books before, but we're talking about Attila's talk, and I'm looking now. You're talking about the preview and revert switches, but I don't really have any questions about that. But
apparently nobody on YouTube does either, because I've been looking and it's like, please ask me things.
Yeah, I don't expect too many questions during the talk in the live chat. They'll come in the live stream in the post talk Q&A. That's where we're giving out the prizes.
Are we live right now?
Yes, we are. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hi, everybody.
Yeah, let me. Yeah. Whoops, that's the wrong. I have too many browser tabs and windows open.
I don't understand people like you that have too many browser tabs. My philosophy to browser tabs is Marie Kondo. If it doesn't spark joy.
Yeah, me too. I do not keep browser tabs open generally, like some people. This is just because of the conference. I've got different YouTube tabs and DConf.org and
sure.
Discord and
because Adam keeps talking about how he has like 40 tabs open or something like that constantly, and he never closes them.
Yeah, I saw that, and we have a comment here from Parthunarx in the D live stream. He says D rocks. I think we all agree with that.
Yeah, sure.
I agree.
It rocks. Yeah. So where was I?
Why I'm here.
So standard experimental. That's what you're on right now, and you talk about it's not doing what it's supposed to have done. because it's where things go to die, you say. And that is basically true. And I think, the reason is we just never established the process to move things out of it. We didn't establish any kind of procedure. We just said, hey, let's create this experimental package and start throwing things in it. But we never discussed how to bring things out of it specifically. So you suggest that a better option might be just putting new potential Phobos packages on code.dling.org. Just throw them in the dub repository, let people use them, put them through their paces, and then eventually create a process to bring them into Phobos. Can you explain?
SumType did that, and I think it was really successful that way. We went through several iterations. People submitted issues. I did pull requests, that kind of thing. It's just a lot more agile, because if something gets into Phobos, it's a bit like molasses. I mean, for good or bad, it is the way it is. And so I think that we need to encourage that more. It's like, I think this should go to standard library. Well, maybe create a dub package first, have people use it, have people comment on it. Because at least there you have semver, so if you do breaking changes, that's fine. And the old versions are there, and you can still depend on the old versions, you can pin. And, maybe it goes into Phobos later. I agree with Andrew that we should have included batteries, but all of the batteries, even the weird formats that you have to go out your way to find, maybe not. Again, balance what goes in, what goes out, case by case.
Adam, by the way, says that soon he will have no tabs ever, and it will be brilliant. I guess he's talking about the web browser he's writing in D. We have a
Robert
question. Go ahead.
Yeah, go on. I was just saying, Robert mentioned in YouTube why set and stone bugs fix all the time. Yes, bugs are, which is good. I mean, if they weren't, it would be very, very bad. But a lot of things get stuck though, like especially bad decisions. Cough, auto decoding. So.
Well, if you want to type that, you should type that in the chat on YouTube, because unless he's watching the live stream, he wouldn't. Yeah, just a short answer there.
Right.
And
okay.
And while you're doing that, Walter, I think this question is for you. Parthenarx asks, this is not related to Attila's talk. It's about import C. And by the way, that's Walter's talk tomorrow. Okay. Sorry. Robert is watching the live stream. So Parthenarx asks in the live stream, what's the long-term plan for import C regarding pre-processing? Will it be integrated somehow? And are you going to be watching tomorrow, Parthenarx? Hang on, Walter. Don't answer that just yet. Are you going to be watching tomorrow? Because if you are, we'll have Walter. We'll have Walter's talk, and I think you talk a little bit about that in the talk, didn't you, Walter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot. The thing is, it's we don't really know what to do yet with the preprocessor. Okay. There are several paths we can take. Integrating it is just one of the paths, but I'm not sure what the right answer is there. And my focus right now is on getting the non-preprocessor part of the compiler working at 100%. So once that's working, and then we'll kind of see how things go and what we need to do to improve it. The biggest problem with integrating the preprocessor is not the preprocessing, surprisingly, because we have a preprocessor we can integrate, the DMPP, also known as warp preprocessor. The problem is all the predefined macros that, 400 to 500 of them, largely undocumented preprocessor macros that exist in GCC and I presume Clang. And what turns those macros on and off and what their definitions actually depend on is who knows. And trying to keep up with that is a maintenance nightmare. So that's probably the biggest roadblock with integrating the preprocessor is what the heck is going on with that. It's a similar problem to with trying to compile C code is all the compiler extensions, dealing with those. I know some people have already run into that problem. Which set of compiler extensions should we be supporting? And that's kind of we'll just have to see how that goes for the time being. So I don't really have a good answer yet.
Yeah, maybe you'll have one tomorrow. Sleep on it.
I'll surely think about it.
We have to support the preprocessor in some capacity, because there is no C code base that exists that doesn't require the usage of the preprocessor in some way or form. Some of them are simple because they're just constants, but the problem, of course, is the ones that aren't. And the biggest problem is the ones that are snippets of code. Sorry, because, they're not valid C code by themselves, so you can't even just analyze the macro. They're only valid in context, and that is a massive problem. For instance, in Python, there's a macro to initialize some of the structs, which, of course, the macro depends on the actual definition of the struct itself, but as a human, I can tell that that's what it's doing. But how do I write a program to recognize that that macro is, please initialize the struct because it's set in zeros here and what have you? And that is a problem I don't know how to fix.
Well, at least for the header files, when you preprocess it, those metaprogramming macros will already have been expanded. The problem goes when you try to use those metaprogramming things in your own code. That's I know you with DPP, you've worked on manually sort of doing an ad hoc rework of them. That'll work for a lot of cases, but is not obviously not a general solution.
No.
But one thing that is helpful is I believe GPP and the GNU preprocessor at least has a switch where it will dump out all the surviving macro definitions at the end of it.
Yeah, libclient has that.
So you don't have to actually preprocess. Well, you don't have to build a preprocessor to extract those definitions. What you can do then is write some code that reads those macros in and then applies Attila's heuristics to it to extract things like manifest constant declarations out of it and inline function declarations. And that'll be a reasonable first order approximation to it. But generally being able to use the Boost preprocessor macro library and get it to translate to D is just not going to happen. We just have to be realistic.
Yeah.
Okay. Back to Attila's talk here. Ricky said here in the live stream, we kind of need to look at allocators, like what is holding it back now. And you do mention that in the talk, I think.
Well, I asked Andre recently, and there's like 2 or 3 little things that he's concerned about, but they're all fixable. So what I need to do is fix them and then move it into standard.
So it's just a matter of getting the work done.
Yeah, which I will do soon.
Okay, sounds good.
I think this needs to be a priority because, as I mentioned in the talk, I think that people need to have confidence, and we need to project that. And I think a good way of doing that is moving those things that are experimental out of experimental. Obviously, we won't break any code by doing that. The right way to do this is by deprecating those old modules and doing a public import of the new ones. So you'll annoy people, but the code will still work.
Well, Ricky said, oh, go ahead, Rats.
Sorry, you said you want to fix those issues. Is there any way active community members can help you with that?
That's a good question. I need to actually go check the particular list because I don't remember off the top of my head. But if there is, I'll post in the forum, do a call to arms kind of thing. A good point.
The thing is, my colleague Eddie Staniloiu, he used to work on the allocators, and he had a bunch of issues. but I think that maybe we can discuss with him, because he also has some pull requests with regards to allocators. I know that also Willsbach worked at some point on them, and these are all pull requests in the queue, so maybe it's just a matter of reviving those.
Yeah, absolutely. Please ping me next week about all of those pull requests. Well, I'll go check them anyway, but is it easy to find? Because there probably is not going to be a tag, is there? Well, I guess I'll just look for whatever's in experimental allocators.
Yeah.
So in response to your answer, Ricky says in the live stream, and I don't know if this is a Mr. Burns style or a Bill and Ted style, but he says, excellent. So.
Excellent.
Excellent.
When you say the live stream, do you mean right here in this thing? Because I don't see anything in the chat at all.
No. This is the live stream chat where we're streaming. We're streaming. We're talking in Jitsi, but I'm streaming to our YouTube channel, and it's separate from the talk. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a link on dconf.org if you want to open it up. But I figure it's going to be a little confusing maybe because you'll see the Jitsi tab and the live stream tab.
Got it.
Yeah. So I can just keep reading questions from the live stream. Yeah. And so, okay. So Ethan says Ricky's excellent could be both Mr. Burns and Bill and Ted. I can't imagine that one. Let's see. And Parthenarx, by the way, said thank you for answering his question. And he also just wanted to jump in and say thanks for all your work on D.
You're welcome.
And Alexander Lopez Godoy says, can I dream with D3?
What part am I in the talk right now? Because I think that's answered in the talk.
Yeah, I don't know if he's watching the talk or just in the live stream, but right now you're on possible fixes for future versions of D. But yeah, the answer to that is your epochs and additions, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, so just please elaborate a little bit here in the live stream.
Right, okay. I'm still trying to figure out what link you're talking about because I have no idea where people are posting these questions. But
okay, I'll get the link for you.
Okay. Razvan posted the GitHub thing. By the way, Razvan, once Jitsi is closed, I'm not going to see that. So this is the problem with Jitsi. You post things in the chat, the meeting's over. I don't know.
Oh, but it's on dconf.org. It's on dconf.org. Just on the schedule, go to the live stream at BeerConf tab, and you'll see the day 1 Q&A live stream link there, and the day 2.
Okay. So the whole D3 thing, and as I am, mentioned in the talk, is the idea is to maybe copy what Russ did and what Vittorio Romeo's proposing for C++, which is called additions in Rust, and it used to be called epochs, and that's the name of the C++ proposal. How can we make breaking changes without actually breaking things so that we can move forward without, ignoring the old code that still works? So the idea is you can dream with D3 without breaking with D2, without making, basically the mistake that Python did, because that nearly sunk them. They used to have a website called the Wall of Shame, which has all of the PyPI packages that weren't Python 3 compatible. And then at some point they decided that was a marketing blunder, so they changed it to the Wall of Awesome or something like that. But that was a big deal. I mean, Mercurial was one of the biggest projects that was stuck in Python 2 for quite a while. Don't know what happened. Don't know if they managed to migrate or not. And we definitely don't want that. So I'm trying to think of a way in which we can move forward without breaking things. I think the only real challenge there is the current code base in the compiler itself, because obviously it wasn't written with that in mind. But, maybe we can refactor it so it does work that way.
You mentioned possible future direction would be const by default. That's something you would like to see. Absolutely. Okay, but one thing you didn't really touch on is would it still be, would you still be looking at transitive? I mean, you would definitely have to bring in a mutable keyword for your variable declarations. But what happens if you declare a constant, a mutable member of a constant object? Do you now have a mutable object? Does mutable
That's a
then
very
become transitive?
That's a very good question, and unfortunately, the only answer I can give is I don't know. I did not think that far ahead because the thing is,
do I get a prize for stumping Attila?
I'll buy a beer next time we see each other. I don't know. I mean, we have so many challenges to even get to that question. I don't even know if it's relevant.
I see. Okay, what about safe by default? I see that you avoided the bugbear there, extern C functions. I know you've made your thoughts on that public before, but have your thoughts changed since last year?
No, not really, because I think the problem with extern C is that for most people, they immediately think, well, these functions are implemented in C, but that's not necessarily the case. You might be writing D code that calls C code that, as a callback, for instance. So why would that be suddenly not safe? And also, just because it's C doesn't mean it's inherently unsafe. It might have a safe interface to that function, As I've mentioned before, libclang, because I have a dub package for that, to wrap it in the D interface, I just went, you know what? I trust those guys. Everything's safe. It's fine. Also, everything's constant, because I doubt they're actually mutating anything under the hood. So I just decided to trust the libclang API wholesale. And
Okay,
I doubt, you get problems.
In the talk chat, they were talking about standard XML and whether it should be removed or not. And Ali made the comment or the question, why not move to standard.old or standard _old instead of just removing it completely?
And I replied there, if we have versioning, then we don't need that, do we? Because it'll just be in version 1, and that's fine, and that can live forever.
And we already have undead, right? For that, that's what Walter created undead for.
Right.
I don't know how many people are using it. The other thing I wanted to ask you about was your idea for classes. Now you are speculating about having classes require a pointer syntax, T star, and then T alone for classes would become an error, a compile error. So my thing for that, I get two things that jump out to me about that. Is first one is we get is a positive I see. We get the possibility to declare mutable pointers to immutable class data. Right now, if you declare a constant or immutable class reference, the whole thing is
right. The pointer's immutable too.
Yeah. So the T star gives us the possibility to use them like struct pointers, and you can have a mutable pointer to the immutable data, which is a interesting benefit of that. But on the other side, it's really jarring, I think. Is there any benefit to it beyond template codes and what I just mentioned? Because to me, if you right now the story is pretty easy to explain. You can say, our classes are like Java's, our structs are like C++. But the situation you're talking about, I don't know of any analog to that in other languages.
I don't think the story changes. I think it's still our classes are like Java, our structs are C++, and
except T alone doesn't compile.
Yes, but that's the good thing, right? Because when it gets confusing is when things have different semantics, and it depends on what you wrote. If it's a compiler error, you're never going to be confused.
Okay, well, I just find it seems a little jarring, but I would be interested to see if it would work, because I don't think you're the first one to suggest that. I'm pretty sure somebody else has suggested it.
Well, I think special cases are a bad thing in general. For instance, the pointer thing that you brought up, I hadn't even considered it, and I love it when things come out like that, just because you add simplicity and suddenly there's good consequences you hadn't even thought about that come out of that.
Okay, well, we got some agreement here in the live stream. And by the way, the Attila's talk is finished on at least one of my computers. It's still going on the other one. So we are now in the post-talk Q&A. So starting right now with Parthenarx's question here. Everybody who asks a question from now until we go to the break is eligible to win a what am I giving away this time? A DConf Online 2021 t-shirt. So, Parthenox asks, where is it? A bit OT maybe, but would D3 or your epics or whatever be a continuation on D2 or a parallel entity? Can't hear you. You're muted.
I guess the continuation, because we shouldn't abandon the good ideas of the past. So, but again, the answer is I don't really know, because we need to decide what goes into it. Again, we're gonna make new mistakes, and we need to plan for those too. We're not gonna get it right. We didn't get it right the first time. We're not gonna get it right the next time either. And we need to iterate and, you know, continuously get it better, and hopefully asymptotically approach nirvana.
Mike, I think you're muted.
I'm learning from Attila here. Parthenarch, you're the first one in the queue for a t-shirt. How says, with many W's, says iteration is the key. Without it, we can't know. And
I agree.
Yeah, I guess that's why and Stefan likes the idea for star on classes. So, hey.
Yeah, special cases are bad. I guess I didn't make the case, sorry, well enough. I don't want to write this with a static if, but it's deeper than that, right? The fact that that exists is bad.
Okay, Esne asks, how would you make sure old unfinished features would be finished?
I need to get on them. It's basically on me and Walter. Nobody else is going to do it. And we need to focus on it before we add anything else, I think.
Okay, and Robert Shattuck asks, what other batteries should Phobos have included?
Good question, Robert. I don't know. I would guess that the next time we see each other, we can talk about this for hours.
Especially if beer's involved.
He doesn't drink, but I do, so, you know. You're muted. I didn't hear any of that.
Oh, okay. Stefan asks, how about putting a bounty on the template emission bugs?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we should do that because it's bad and it needs to get fixed.
Stefan, if you have any specific bugs you'd like to see a bounty on, just send me the links and I'll set it up. No problem. Robert said, count me in to the discussion. You talked about Ethan.
Well, let's just wait for the pandemic to end.
Ethan asks, in real life, BeerConf when?
Again, let's wait for the pandemic to end. I wish. I will personally fly to Finland, Ethan. It's fine. That's not the problem.
Okay.
You're muted again.
I turned it off. I thought I was turning it on. Adam says Phobos should have all the batteries.
Well, Adam would say that since his modules do basically everything.
Yeah, and Esne suggests here that we should include ARSD. So
it's not a terrible idea.
Okay, WebFreak. Everybody knows WebFreak from Code D, Serve D. He's asking, with const by default, did you mean fully making the language const by default? I would fear D being harder to write without an IDE then. Wouldn't the IDEs suggesting more const right now be better?
Why would it be harder? I mean, I put const by default on everything I declare. I don't find it hard. So I would ask, what's hard for you? It's not hard for me. all my parameters are in, all my variables are constant, and except when they're not. But that to me is good because they jump out. It's like, wait, why is this auto? Why am I mutating this?
So WebFreak is saying that a new version of Code D will be released today, by the way. Ethan is down with const by default, and we have real need for immutable in console gaming.
Mm-hmm.
And WebFreak says, for prototyping with D, I quite like being able to quickly write down code and not worry about stuff like const first.
Right. And again, I'd say, what makes you worry? Because I don't. I mean, I'm having difficulty understanding what the problem is because I don't have them. It's like when people say, well, safe by default is bad because I don't want to constrain myself. Constrain yourself to what? Like, why are you adding, things to pointers? Stop doing that.
Parthenarx asks, could we see an immutable by default in the language, or is that too far?
It's probably too far because when I started writing D, I started using immutable everywhere because it was, I came from C++ and I was like, there's more than const. This is amazing. Let me use it everywhere. And then I found that was overly restrictive because, like I said, if you have a struct that has a pointer in it, you assign to const, and then suddenly you can't. Well, you can't assign to immutable because now it means, because of transitivity, it's a bit of a pain. And it doesn't really buy you anything because what you want to say is, I'm not going to mutate this. Immutable is a much stronger guarantee, which sometimes you need. For instance, I wrote MQTT broker, and at one point I had, so the messages are basically bytes, and I had a array of bytes, so basically a pointer, and I wrote const. And the thing is, I realized later what you really want is immutable because of speed and optimizing it, I started reusing a buffer. So it's basically a circular buffer that you read the bytes that came from the network in, and you just slice it differently and started moving the window. But that meant, of course, because the first iteration of it was use the GC, don't care, allocate new memory. Obviously, that was slow. When I stopped doing it and reusing the buffer, const was no longer good because I overwrote it somewhere else in the program. I'm not going to change it here, but somebody else did. So in that case, you definitely do want immutable. But otherwise, most of the time you don't, because you're not, especially with scope. I'm only borrowing this for a short amount of time. Do I care? Not really.
Well, immutable is useful in a few cases. One, obviously, is if you want to store your data in read-only memory or even put it in a PROM. Another use is you don't have to synchronize access to it if you're running multi-threaded. So if you build an immutable data structure, you can share it with a zero overhead with your other threads. You don't need to lock or do nothing.
Absolutely.
Its third use is if you want to do functional style programming, which relies on immutable data structures. So you have three main uses.
Yep.
Personally, I love immutable, but I find it difficult to use it very much because I tend to write lazy data structures, and lazy data structures obviously can't be immutable. The DMD front end is very much based on lazy data structures, and trying to use immutability in it and even const has proved frustrating because of that. But to me, that only shows how strong the constant immutable guarantees actually are, because they're actual guarantees. They're not pretend const or pretend immutability. And I think that's a strength of D, that those qualifiers actually mean something, whereas they don't in other languages.
Yeah, I worked somebody the other day was asking how they use G shared, and I went, don't make it immutable if you're sharing it between threads, and if you can't make it immutable, question what you're doing.
Per Nordlow asks, what about implicit conversion to head mutable ranges?
I have to think about that. Sorry, Per.
Yeah, I know Andre posed that on the news groups, but I don't really have an answer at the moment. I have thought about implementing head mutable from time to time, but haven't really gone too far with thinking about that. I'd hate to rush in with something off the top of my head here, though, because I haven't really thought about it.
What's your thought on the T star for classes, Walter? Make declaring a class reference just T, make that a compiler error, and require T star to make explicit that it's a pointer. I got some positive feedback here in the live stream chat.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's something Attila posed in the talk. So,
okay. I haven't thought about it, so I don't really have an opinion on it.
Nothing off the top of your head.
I kind of hate to give up the implicit dereference that class objects have. So that's my shallow first order comment on that.
I think another symptom of this is the fact that I've seen more than one person, including one DConf, and also at work in our code base, that people use classes not because they're using OOP inheritance, but just because they want a reference type. And to me, that's profoundly wrong.
Yeah, that's kind of an ouch thing when I heard that. I have thought about making ref maybe more generally available, like enabling ref members, ref fields in a struct, and ref local variables. But I haven't gone too far down on that path at the moment. But it may make the at-live programming more useful to be able to have those.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Steve says my mic volume is ranging from loud to barely audible, and that's because I'm no longer using a headset here. I've got a real mic, and I keep forgetting, that it's in front of me, and I keep moving back and moving forward. So just remind me if that happens again. And Steve says, yes, please, ref everywhere. Stefan says, Walter, we have implicit pointer dereference. Okay. Yes, Mike has a mic. Okay. All right. My next question actually.
I can't see any of these comments. Go on, good.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Never mind. My next question was about the exceptions. You mentioned that you'd like to move to exceptionless error handling, but you didn't talk about why.
That's mostly for Walter because he's the one that really wants to do that.
Well, good thing he's here.
Oh, why?
Yeah.
Because of the overhead and the implementation complexity of it and the way it defeats optimizations to have it is all kind of, well, it's a large hidden cost in your code. And to me, whenever I write new code, I'm always thinking about what am I going to do with the error case. And it's a challenge to design things so that the errors happen smoothly with it and they're not hackish, but it's kind of a fun challenge to do that. And exceptions is a way to kind of not think about it, but that means you've got a lot of paths in your code that you've never thought about. And that always kind of bothers me. So no, I'm not all the way there for having instead of exceptions, do it this way. I know Herb Sutter has a great talk on doing that in C++, which I recommend. I don't remember the name of that talk. You're nodding, Attila. Have you read the paper? Have you seen it? Yeah. You remember the title of it?
Yeah, I've seen the talk multiple times, but I can't remember what it's called. I actually looked it up when I was writing the talk that just happened, but I still don't remember it. I mean, if you look for Herb Sarah exceptions, I think you'll find it.
Yeah. So, I haven't spent a whole lot of time thinking about alternatives on that because I've been focused on other things. So, I don't really have a fully formed answer, except that in my own code, I try to make the error return part of the normal return from the program or from a function.
Ethan says exceptions have been solved on x64 hardware for a while, but user code that throws exceptions is a different story. I want to get another user question. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I think the one thing that exceptions are phenomenally good at is avoiding the boilerplate of having to propagate it further. Because in my experience, most programs just, for the most part, you log exceptions. Either you print it to STD out, or if it's a graphical program, you do something, a window pops up, or, you have a logging mechanism, and that's where they end up. So nearly always what happens is this bubbles up to whatever your main function is, you catch it there, and then you print it. And the good thing they do about that is you don't have to keep worrying about it in all your other functions. You throw it once, and then it gets propagated all the way up to the place where you're most likely to not logging them. And languages like Go, for instance, when it's like, oh, it's great, we don't have exceptions, you always have to handle the error, but then you have to go if, and then a tuple equals function call, return error, blah, blah, blah. And that's a pain. So I think that's the one thing they're good at, is not having to worry about propagating them up, because you're probably going to do that anyway.
Okay, Nitrum X. I gotta look around my camera here. Nitrum X asks, what do you think about shortening the declaration of variables by something similar to Golang's colon equals in place of auto?
I think you're muted.
You're muted, Attila.
My answer to that is one syllable. Yeah.
Yeah, tomato.
Robert says he likes it.
Well, the thing about auto, though, is you can often just replace it with const. And if you have the colon equal, you're going to have to add const in there anyway. So I don't see auto really as I don't see it really as a big win.
Fantastic.
Of course, I've never programmed with it. Maybe I'd grow to like it if I used it.
No, you wouldn't, because Go doesn't have const, so they get away with that.
Oh, well, that's cheating.
Well, it's cheating in the wrong way as well. I mean, you're just shooting yourself in the foot. So what's the point?
Okay, we have a question from a user with the handle GoFudge, F-U-D-G-E, yourselves, asking, is D-Lang from Facebook? And no, D-Lang is from Walter. Yep, that's. Oh, there we go. That's him right there, Walter.
D-Lang predates the existence of Facebook.
Yeah, by quite a bit. Pierre asks, could having a built-in unique type qualifier improve containers?
If you mean in the sense of not having aliases to it, yes.
Well, you kind of get that with that live programming, which only allows one mutable pointer to every memory object. So that's the way we're going, but it's not going to be a special qualifier.
Well, we'll see about that. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got about 2 minutes before I want to end the Q&A, because we're going to have a 15-minute break before Stefan comes in at...
I'm going to go have lunch.
Oh, you can go have lunch. I think Walter's going to hang around. Razvan's going to hang around.
Coffee.
Oh, yeah. Well, I got mine. It's later for me than it is for you. It's early for you, right?
Yeah, very early. It's 7 in the morning here.
Peter, what about the concept of built-in strong types?
I don't know what that means.
I don't either. Stefan we have strong typing. What exactly do you mean? And didn't really get an answer from him on that. But anyway, Stefan will be here at, wait, what time is it? 15:10 UTC. And so I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up here. I'll go ahead and run my, if I can find it. Oh, I know what I got to do. Hang on. I got to Control Tab, not Alt Tab. Here we go. All right. I'm going to pick the winner now. Let me make sure I've saved the file first. Remember, we're giving away a DConf Online 2021 t-shirt. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 possible winners. And the winner is the real Goober Man, Ethan. Congratulations, Ethan. You've got yourself a t-shirt. Attila, do you want to say anything before you go?
Yeah, I'm hungry. I'm going to eat.
Anything to close out your talk?
I hope you enjoyed it. And if you have any questions later, obviously, you know, I'm on the forums and Discord and what have you. So reach out if you have anything to say, anything to ask, anything to suggest. More than happy to listen to you.
All right. Thanks a lot, gentlemen. Walter, Razvan, I'll see you guys in about 15 minutes. Attila, have a good lunch. Everybody else, go ahead and take a break. We'll be back in 15 minutes. See you then.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, folks. Can everybody hear me now? I think I was streaming on low bitrate settings. Yeah, I'm using a streaming software that I've never used before. And their default settings for the bitrate, I didn't even think about it. They are low. So I saw the warning in the YouTube stream manager here, and I've set it up to high now. So my mic should be coming through better. Okay, so we're waiting for Stefan. He should be along any second now. By the way, Ethan, if you are still there in the live stream, I said it's a DConf Online. Well, I maybe it's because it's downgrading the bit rate when it's maybe Jitsy's downgrading it. I don't know. Huh. Well, it still says it's a little lower than the recommended bit rate, but anyway, I've got it set to the highest. Where was I? Yes, Ethan. Okay, I said you want a DConf Online 2021 t-shirt. In reality, it's going to be any t-shirt you want from our store. I'll email you and give you the details on how to claim it. And that's what we're going to do with all the prizes today. Actually, we're going to give away any shirt, any coffee mug available in the store, in case you don't like the DConf shirt. All right, and there's Stefan. How you doing, Stefan?
I'm doing well.
That's good. Okay, for the benefit of future viewers of the Q&A live stream, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and the talk.
Hello, I'm Stefan, and you are going to watch my talk about my CoreReflect project, although since I couldn't really advance on that, it's not going to exactly be about that.
Well, a portion of the first half of the video, anyway, is about that, and then there's a little twist there, like a good TV show. I didn't expect it to go where it went, so. But I don't want to talk about that just yet. We'll talk about it more when it comes along. But before the talk starts, I'm curious, what led you to this core.reflect project in the first place?
Well, because meta programming is kind of expensive, and I wanted to fix that.
That's it. I mean, what were there any specific troubles you had? Any specific issues that you saw this as a solution to?
Well, not exactly me. I don't. At least before CoreReflect, I didn't do so much metaprogramming because I knew how expensive it was. I did that work to elevate the troubles that Symmetry were having, because at that time I was still working for them when I started working on CoreReflect.
And this didn't come out of any of your previous work on like type functions and stuff like that?
Oh yeah. Like the work on type functions tried to solve the same issues, but it was held back by certain problems in the compiler. And CoreReflect tried to circumvent these problems. And yeah, like CoreReflect tried to do the same thing that type functions were doing, which is to give you access to reflection information and to like give you the ability to work with types in a certain limited fashion. And it tried to circumvent the issue that you had to introduce a type as a first-class citizen. So I thought I could base it on things that already exist in the language.
WebFreak says, I'm thinking core.reflect could make a really nice and fast JSON or other serialization and deserialization. Would that be a use case?
Yeah, sure. But you could do the same thing with traits. It doesn't give you any fundamental new thing. It just integrates it better with the language, because instead of traits, you get class literals, which have all the information you query. They have them packaged up already, and you can just use it. And it has the second benefit that it's very close to how DMD looks internally, which means everybody who uses core reflect in any deep sense will be on the list of being able to fix compiler bugs, because they will already be familiar with the structure.
Yes, no robots this time. People in the chat are calling it anime. We got different intro this time. And I've got them all fixed now, so there's 1 minute instead of 5 that you got to sit through. WebFreak says, could you finally work around deprecated with serialization frameworks? Work around it emitting warnings if you just check for them existing.
Not with core reflect, no.
Which they're talking about some kind of bug, I guess. Which you got an issue number for that, Adam?
By the way, Mike, could you share the link to the talk? I must have lost it.
Yeah, sure.
So I can view my questions.
Okay. Okay, Walter, I saw your message now. Didn't see it earlier. So, yeah. We'll be finished at 1845 UTC. Don't ask me to convert the time zones again. I've been getting all mixed up on that the last few days. All right. Where did my live stream go? Here it is. Okay. So WebFreak says, don't think, this is from the live stream, by the way, not from your talk chat. WebFreak says he doesn't, WebFreak says he doesn't think there's going to be an issue number. It's just spewing a lot of deprecations when serializing structs with deprecated members and stuff like vivd. Oh, okay. Or with painless JSON. Okay. But Adam says he opened one himself. All right. Well, I wasn't aware of this, and I don't know if Razvan was, but if anybody can post an issue number for me sometime in the live stream chat, I'll make a note of it and make sure that Razvan gets it so he can hand it off to one of the strike team members, or he can fix it himself if possible, or at least they can investigate it. Okay. Now, I thought this online compiler you've got going here for core.reflect was pretty cool. You only opened it for certain periods of time, right? Is it open? It's not open full time, right?
It's open right now. The debugging thing is not always open, because that gives you a root shell in my V server. I want to monitor that when people are using it.
And so the URL is corereflect.org, yeah?
Yes, /run.
Okay, can you type that in the chat there? And I'll type it in the live stream chat. Ethan says now he needs a fourth screen. Yeah, I'm suffering with two screens.
Yeah, you have to paste it again. I gave you the wrong one the first time, I think.
Oh, the talk URL?
Yeah, the run thing.
Corereflect.org/RUN. No. I mean
Yes,
No, I meant post it in your talk chat. I can do it. I think I've got your. Yeah, here we go. Okay, there we go. Corereflect.org/run. All right. But this is basically just a fork of run.dling.io. Is that what it is? Or?
yes, that's what it is with my compiler extension on it.
Yeah. How long did it take you to put this together? Not the online thing, but I mean the core.reflect. How long did it take you to get to the state it's in?
Couple of weeks, not long.
I thought you were working on it like much longer than that. I see.
Like to the state that it's in right now, a couple of weeks.
Okay.
And then I tried to get it better,
Mm-hmm.
and I tried for a long time. Could do it. That's where the time went
I
to
see.
make it like really, really coherent, such that you can do things. For example, you can use CoreReflect to query the code that surrounds you, and then use that to instantiate a template, and, for example, specialize that for the allocation pattern that happens in the code. So you can write your own static analysis and stuff, and then use that directly to specialize your other code. But that doesn't work properly.
I'm gonna ask you about that later. But Ethan says he just tried his first idea, making that reflection node and enum. And his question: node returns a pointer, so this is mainly for runtime usage.
No, it's for compile time usage, but you can only use static immutable since it's for classes. You cannot do class references with enum.
Yeah, he sees further down. He says, "Oh, it returns a class, I guess, instead of a struct." So yeah. All right. Before I saw his question, I was going to ask you. Oh yeah, you talked about you ran into issues, and I'll get to that in a bit. But these examples you showed, I thought that was pretty cool. Finding the padding in the struct, I love that concept. You sometimes, everybody, especially C programmers, if you got a C background, you're always worried about padding and organizing your struct to minimize the padding. And I think D programmers come from a lot of different backgrounds, probably don't think about that. And this seems like a really cool little filter for your code to figure out where you're wasting space at. I love that concept. What other ideas would you have liked to have shown if you'd had more time to do it? Or
Well, I would have liked to show you the thing where you have a REPL interface, and you just put an add REPL on a function, and then you have auto completion for that function. Like you can just tap, and then call that function and stuff.
oh, that's awesome.
Like you can take your program, you put a UDA on like the main functions that you have, and then you have a REPL interface, like just magically, which is something that I've stolen from the C++ reflection talk, actually, where they show that.
So this could be something interesting for like IDEs for code completion, maybe?
If you're willing to go through the compiler, yes. I wouldn't recommend it.
Well, I guess what's Reiner doing with the Visual D? Isn't he using DMD as a library for that?
Yes, he is,
But he's not going through the full.
And I think he is going through the full, and I heard that it's gotten mighty slow in some circumstances.
I see. So you don't see this. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the thing is that the compiler does a lot more than you think it would. That's the issue. And if you just want to do code completion, there are cheaper ways to achieve that. And the thing with Go, for example, where you have that, all the formatting plugins and stuff are basically calling the Go compiler. And as soon as you have an error in your code and your code doesn't compile anymore, your formatting plugin also breaks. So you can only format correct code. You can't format something that's just partially typed. And that's horrible for usage.
Ethan says he made it a static for each, I guess the example that you showed, and it errors on every line, but the pragma message works.
Yes, that's exactly the issue that I faced. Pragma message and static for each have different priorities in their semantic ordering. We can come to that later, maybe.
Well, I guess that's a good opening for it. I don't know how many of the live stream viewers are listening to us and the talk, so I guess we might as well get into it. You encountered difficulties because of how the compiler is currently structured.
Yes.
So can you just go ahead and elaborate, please? You didn't give any details in the video. Yeah.
It's hard to give details, that's why. Thing is, static if and static assert, for example, have different priorities. So static if will always be evaluated before a static assert. If I have that right. It's very hard to have these things in your head, but I think that's true. And the problem with that is that sometimes a static if and a static assert can depend on each other in a way that makes it impossible to evaluate with a correct result. In which case, DMD will just give you an incorrect result. Like, it will not error out and say, I cannot compute this. Rather, it will assume that, oh, static assert was false. Right? You can go into a situation where the question you're asking cannot be computed at that point in time. And DMD tries to wait until it can answer questions, but sometimes that waiting mechanism doesn't work. And in these cases, it's very hard to do anything about it without restructuring how things are happening.
Well, you mentioned two causes of the problems in the compiler at different points in the video. One of the things you said was that this is how the code has evolved. This is how it has accumulated over time. This is just the state it's gotten in. And the other thing you said was that a lot of the design decisions in the compiler were made before we realized how important meta programming, template meta programming, and compile time stuff would be to the language.
Yeah, I mean, template meta programming works very well, actually. It works around the issues that I'm running in, where I'm trying to avoid templates for meta programming stuff by creating new entities. Every time you create a new entity, you can change its order. And when you don't do that and try to work on a semi-static representation where you just want to fill fields in, which is how DMD's AST works. Like DMDs-AST is fairly space efficient. Right after parsing, you usually allocate almost all the fields you're going to need, and you populate them as soon as you can. However, because of that, because you start with a structure that looks like it's the full thing and it gets filled out bit by bit, it's possible for you to miss bits. For example, when you have a function with an auto return type, with an inferred return type, then certain static if conditions that act on that return type will not work if you ask them before your function is declared, like lexically before. When you put that static if behind the function declaration in the source file, it'll work. And if it's before the declaration in the source file, it will not work. And these kinds of bugs are everywhere. You do not hit them that often, but if you do, that's a head scratcher.
So you described that pretty well, but in the video, you said that this is not going to be easily solved by people pitching in, that you're going to need some knowledgeable people, some experts to be able to sit down and hash out a solution. So why do you say that?
Because this is a fundamental issue. So essentially, this is a classic scheduling issue, which is an NP-hard problem. If that says anything, it's a very hard problem to deal with. And I by myself, while I have ways to work with that, I just don't have the manpower or the time or the finances for that by myself, right? I do need to work on other things, and this is a massive issue that requires full-time attention.
Yeah, that's always a problem for us, is getting both full-time people to do full-time things. I really wish we could do that. But I mean, you have a general idea to how to solve the problem yourself already, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just the time and the means to do it, to make it happen.
Yeah.
So supposedly you would be a member of any group that got together to solve the problem.
I'd hope so. I think you would lose a lot of expertise if you didn't include me.
But I mean, who else?
On that
Oh, go ahead.
for a long time. I've been working on that for a long time.
Yeah. Well, who else is doing as much compiler work as you are in the community?
Tim and Gare is, but I don't think he has the time.
Yeah.
And he knows the problem very well. Like, he wrote a paper on how to, or he co-authored a paper on how to tackle that problem exactly.
Oh, that's interesting. I wasn't aware of that. Do you have a link to it, or is it publicly available, or is it?
It is. He might send one. There is one on the Discord if you search the archives.
I can just ask him. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll be something interesting to put up on.
There's a lot of Greek letters in it.
Yeah, Greek letters. So you were kind of disappointed, I guess, when you were unable to show off all the things that you wanted to show off.
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah, you had high hopes for that, but in the future, let's assume that we are able to solve the issues that you say we have, and we're able to set the stage for this. What are the things that can, the way you ended the video, you said, let's create a situation where D can be the shining and progressive language that it can be. So what are the things you see that would make that happen? What are the future features like core.reflect that could allow D to be that shining, fully shining language you envision?
Seamless metaprogramming, essentially. So right now, the support for template metaprogramming in D is quite good, much better than C++, but that's not very hard. The thing is that template metaprogramming, and the C++ people do acknowledge that in the C++ reflection papers. They say we really want to be able to do that with const expr rather than with templates. And because templates don't scale, as I said before, when you create a lot of unique types, the type system is something that's meant to look at all the types you have holistically, to try and find out the common properties, to see what can convert into what, and how can these different types play together. And if you convert all your meta information into unique types, that means you suddenly have a huge number of things that have to be considered by a part of the process that has to look at everything in combination with everything else. It's fundamentally an n-squared problems to work with types, which means you really want to reduce that n if you can. And that is how I imagine proper metaprogramming would look like, where you do not work with types, but you work with regular data structures, just like core-reflect. Like you just have a struct that represents your source code.
We got a comment here in the chat box on the talk where WebFreak says he's talking about something you just mentioned about the what you would like to see with core.reflect, and he says, "Wow, that's like the next step of design by introspection."
Exactly. Yes, that's exactly one of the things that's possible. The design by introspection we have right now, the metaprogramming we have right now, it's slowly scratching the surface of what's possible, and we can go so much further, and it can be so much better. For example, you can also give custom error messages. Like right now, if you use phobos and you try to use write-lin with the const variable or something, you get like 10 lines of error message and you have no idea what it means. And with proper metaprogramming, you can just have a filter that says, does anybody try to call write-lin with the const variable? And then you can say, sorry, you can't call write-lin with a const variable, which is much better than seeing, here are these 20 candidates for write-lin and we couldn't match any of them.
Okay, your talk just ended for me. So here in the live stream, it's now time for the post-talk Q&A. If you have a question for Stefan and he answers it, then you will be eligible to win a coffee mug of your choice from our D-Lang Swag Emporium. So go ahead, and if you've got a question for Stefan, let us know. Now, I do want to get back to something you said in the talk. You did say that you were currently working on some of the issues in the compiler. So can you elaborate on the things you're working on right now?
Yes, I'm working on a generalized task system, as it seems to be all the rage these days. That means that I make every little thing that has to happen in the compiler an independent task. And if one of them can't happen because it doesn't have the information, we will just halt that. We just freeze that part. And by freezing that, we can just wait until the information becomes available. And that works remarkably well for a very early approach. Like sometimes you have to put constraints in. For example, if you just let the system run right now, sometimes your code will compile and sometimes it will not, depending on the order in which the tasks get executed. Like sometimes you try to like semantically analyze something before you have parsed it completely, and then you get garbage. And in these cases, you have to put constraints on your tasks that say you can only parse this module after you have loaded it, because otherwise you will think it's an empty module because it has no source code. Since you try to parse it before you try to load it, that can happen. And in that case, you use a so-called task barrier that makes sure that you actually read the module before you try to parse it, which is very helpful for parsing, to know what text is in it.
A little bit, yeah. There's a question here from Robert in the live stream, but before I get to that, just to follow up on the tasks, are you finding it challenging to bolt this into the existing compiler?
Bolting it in? No.
Yeah, implementing. Fine. Yeah, it's no problem. But you're having no problem implementing it.
But all the constraints. Finding those is very hard. Like it's easy for modules.
No, like, but I mean, aside from the implementation details, I mean, just getting it into the current compiler architecture.
Yeah, that's okay. It's
okay. Yeah.
I have a lot of experience with DMD. That's why I can do it. I think other people would probably not.
Yeah, I mean, because that's one of the things that a lot of people complain about when they try to add something new to the compiler. And so I was wondering.
I think DMD is very hackable.
Yeah, you did mention that in the talk, I believe, toward the end. But Robert Shadek had a question here. When do I get my Damon compiler as a library thing?
When my task system works. then you get that for free. And then you get it with dependency tracking, because what this conversion of the compilation into a system of dependent task, what that means is that you know exactly what information you needed to produce something. So a template that takes a type defined in module A and a type defined in module B. You know, because you had to wait on module A and module B to come in, you know that you depend on these two things. And that means you can now cache stuff. You can cache the entire binary and only change the part that changes if you change one of the dependent modules. And if you change something that doesn't affect your program, you don't have to recompile it. And the compiler can know that.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. And Ethan says task systems are life. Task systems are ultra scalable.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
they are awesome when they work.
And Per asks, should standard traits ideally be rewritten to use core.reflect? And if so, should they also utilize type functions in the long term?
I think core reflect is better than type functions because there are no syntactic issues. Type functions had a lot of issues that I didn't even think about because I never went far enough in actually building them, because I was stopped before the really tricky bits would have started. And I think core reflect avoids many of these by being just a class. The thing that you get back from core reflect is just a class. It's just an AST node. There's nothing special about it.
WebFreak asks, what's your current stance on adding runtime parsing with the core.reflect API, like DMD as a library? It looks like a really nice API to have.
I'd say go ahead. It would be trivial to do that. But again, if you do that, you lose the benefit of a statically typed language a bit. So it's always
a trade-off.
Yeah, generally my stance is you should allow these things for people who want to do that, because if you do not allow people to do that in a supported way, they will do it in an unsupported way. And then they file compiler bugs.
Adam has a question for Walter. Do you think you'd ever merge this stuff if it was finished? It'll be a pretty big difference. You're muted, Walter.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Well, it all depends on how good it is. Yeah. Well, and so that's entirely up to Stefan. But it has to be better. Has to be better by a significant margin than what the current one is to merge it. And that's up to Stefan, and that's going to be a lot of work, no matter how you slice it.
I think it's going to be better.
All right.
But yeah, but you are right. To get the prerequisites, like having semantic be lazy and be able to pick in which order you do things, that's going to be a lot of work, and I think you know that as well.
Well, there's already been some work in that direction. The Enum semantic routines are all lazy.
Yeah, and I had a look at that.
Worked out very well.
I had a look at that, and that's not flexible enough. That happens to work for enums because you do not have these crazy dependency graphs in there. I've tried to use the same approach that you used for enums, where you basically have this module.dProgress variable. That's what you're talking about, right? Where you try to make progress until there is no progress possible anymore, right?
No, the Enum ones work by whenever anybody wants some information about the Enum semantic routine kicks in and evaluates it.
Yeah, that works for simple enums. You can surely find cases where it won't work. That's the first step that we take, where we make it more lazy. And after that, we have to get the ability to move the order of things around so that you can have almost arbitrary dependencies between things. For example, you can say, I want to know the offset of that field and that struct. But the struct has no finalized size yet, and it can't have the finalized size before you know the offset, because you have a member in that struct that uses, you have a template where that's a field of the struct, and it needs the offset of a field that came before it, right? That means you cannot finalize the struct without knowing that part of the layout.
Well, with the enums have values, right? And the values can depend on other enum members. So how it works is it wants to find the enum value of A, and it looks at A and see that the initialization of A is based on B plus C. So then it goes and evaluates B and C. So it doesn't need to evaluate all the members. It only needs to evaluate the members that it depends on. If you want to get the offset of a struct member, what you'll need is to finalize the offsets of all the ones that precede it in the struct.
Right,
But
yeah,
the ones
right.
after it, you don't have to find the offsets of.
Exactly. And that is something
that's-
that's something you cannot currently easily express in the compiler. And those are just two examples. Like that has to work for everything. All information that is semantically independent of each other has to be exposed as such. Right?
Yep.
And that's going to be work that has to be done. But on the flip side, you get parallelization for free once you do that. Because you know the order of things and you know when things are independent of each other. So you can compute them in parallel without any synchronization issues because they can't possibly touch each other. And that already works in my prototype, though not very well.
Yeah, it's always the last 10%. I'm relearning that with import C. It's that last couple of percent that seems to be a problem.
Yeah. Okay, we have another question from the live stream here, and I guess this is related to the caching that you mentioned earlier, but this question is from How with the extra W's. Does that mean we can have binary patching and possibly hot reload for free?
Binary patching? No, you don't get hot reload for. Do you mean with core reflect?
Well,
it's not going to be free. You have
no.
code for it.
You were talking about earlier enhancing the compiler so that you can cache results, and I think he's trying to tie that into deployment. Looks like.
You could like make a thing where you have a compilation daemon. That could work, yes, but
sorry, it was the task compiler Damon he was talking about.
Yes, that can work. That directly work with each other, because now you have the explicit dependency graph of all the semantic stages that things have to go through, so you can see the effect of any change you do at a lexical level, and you can only recompute the parts of the semantic that you changed, that you affected. And I think that would be massively faster. That would be a light speed compiler at that point.
Yeah, caching, parallelization, they're all happy about that stuff. All right, anybody else have a question for Stefan to be eligible to win a coffee mug? So would you be willing to identify potential members for a work group to work on the compiler to get it to where you want it to go?
Tim and Gare, for sure, if he wants to. Like, it would be awesome to work together with him. Walter, of course, would be one of my first candidates to have in a compiler work group. And yeah, other than that, I'm not sure. I think maybe too many cooks would spoil the broth.
Esna says, how well would core reflect work with string mix-ins? And sorry, I missed that one.
It would work great. String mix-ins are just regular code.
Peter asks about strong types.
Very strong types. They can lift up to the heavens.
The strongest types, says WebFreak. Is there anything out there that you know of in other languages that are comparable to this kind of thing?
To core reflect or to the task system?
To core reflect, not the task system. Core reflect. Sorry.
There are C++ reflection proposals that come close. Unfortunately, they're not the accepted ones. They accepted the shitty one with the template base. But there are proposals that are somewhat similar to CoreReflect. And I can post links maybe, but I always forget which paper is which.
Yeah, sorry, I'm having mic trouble here. I thought I had solved it earlier, but apparently I haven't. So I'll do the best I can tonight. It might be my cord. I tripped over my mic cord the other day and damaged it, and I have a shorter one here that I replaced it with, and it might be the connection with that. I'll try to buy a new one tomorrow before I launch the live stream. Maybe that'll do it. Okay. Any more questions for Stefan? We can keep him here for another 5 minutes unless there's no more questions. Do you have anything to ask of him, Walter? You're not eligible to win a coffee mug, unfortunately, but.
Here, my mic turned on. No, I don't have any questions.
Okay, last call for questions. All right, then I'm going to go ahead and thank you, Stefan, for coming in today, for giving us the talk. Oh, hold on. We've got one question from Ali in at the last minute, the last second. How about JIT with a linked compiler?
Yes, that would work. And with a task system, it would be better because you can spin it up on 25 cores.
Okay, do you have anything you want to say to close out the talk, Stefan?
I don't think so. I just think that it would be great if we could make some progress on a taskified or on a more granular semantic process in the compiler. If we could make that happen, that would be great. And thank you for watching my talk and asking these questions.
All right, thanks a lot, Stefan. And now we're going to go to pick the winner. Where am I? Here we go. All right. The winner is Robert Shattuck. You get a coffee mug. Congratulations. I will be in touch to let you know how to claim your prize. And so we are going to take a break for a little over 15 minutes, I guess. And no, it's almost 25 minutes. Sorry, we got a 25-minute break coming up. Brian Callahan will be in here at, 16:25 UTC. And so everybody do what you need to do. Go jump into BeerConf, down a bottle, whatever it is, and we'll see you back here in about 25 minutes. Bye-bye. Okay, folks, hopefully I've gotten my okay, folks, hopefully I've gotten my audio issues sorted out now. It might not have been the mic at all. It might have been my streaming software. I've just downloaded and installed OBS, which is what I used last year. I was using something different this time, and I just got that all configured, and I think I'm sorted now, hopefully. Let me know if I'm still going in and out on the audio here. We've got now Dr. Brian Callahan in the stream with us. Okay, awesome. Thanks. Our resident Openbsd expert now. Before we start the talk, Brian, why don't you please go ahead and introduce yourself and the talk for the benefit of future viewers who might not see the talk before they see the Q&A. So.
Sure. Yeah. So like Mike said, I'm Brian Callahan. I'm a longtime Openbsd developer and a professor in the Information Technology and Web Science program at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in good old upstate New York. And this talk is kind of chronicling my adventures in porting all 3 decompilers to Openbsd, and also kind of thinking about how we can take the lessons that I've learned and bring them to other platforms that don't yet have decompilers to help proliferate the availability of the language on different platforms.
So my first question for you has to be, what brought you to Openbsd?
I've been in Openbsd all the way back in 2005 when I was in college. I had an old laptop that I had brought with me to my undergrad at Carnegie Mellon. And at the time, I don't know if they still do, but at the time, they let you just run servers on the open public internet from your dorm room with public IP addresses, because CMU has so many IP addresses to give out. And so I figured to myself, all right, I'm going to learn how to run a mail server. So I set up that laptop and tried to get some software on it to run a mail server. And I had known about Linux, and I tried to get Linux installed on the thing, and either some of the hardware worked or some of the hardware worked, but never all of the hardware worked. So I'm sure I Googled for something along the lines of like open source operating system, not Linux, and FreeBSD popped up. So I said, sure, why not? Let's give this a try. I installed it, and all of the hardware worked when running FreeBSD. So I figured, all right, well, I might as well just hang out here for a while. And then about 2010 or so, you may all remember that claimed to be like fully open source laptop, those little MIPS laptops that had come out, the ones that I think RMS was using. And I figured to myself, that looks neat. I'll buy one of those, see what happens. And the Linux operating system that it came with was abysmal. The kernel would crash every 5 minutes or so. And FreeBSD didn't have a port of it, but OpenBSD had a port to that hardware. And so I figured, all right, let's just go ahead and try this. I'll put OpenBSD on this machine. It'll be kind of familiar because I already know FreeBSD. And sure enough, it worked, and it worked fine. And then I guess as things are wont to happen, you find things that bug you with the system. And then you start fixing the things that bug you with the system. And then if you do that long enough, they punish you with an account, so then you can commit the fixes yourself. Yeah, so I have just always been really fascinated with programming languages. I think it's a really neat thing to see all the different ways that people have come up to solve, both similar and different problems, right? We can almost all code, right, similar applications in libraries with all different kinds of languages, but we do it in very different ways. And I've always been interested in how we come up with these different ways to solve these problems. And so that kind of put me on a crusade of, well, if I'm going to learn something about all these different ways that we have to solve these problems, well, I better get all these compilers and interpreters running on my system. And my system happens to be Openbsd. So let's get to it. Let's start porting all these different language compilers and stuff to Openbsd. And then I'll learn something about the languages along the way. So it's kind of a win-win for me. Openbsd gets stuff, and I get to learn about all these different languages. Mike, I think you're muted.
Mike, you're muted.
What are you pointing at? Oh, he says, Walter, please chat with me.
Oh, okay. Did I miss something? Did you ask me a question?
No, Mike wants us to chat while he's trying to fix his mic.
Oh, okay. Well, I haven't seen your presentation yet.
Well, you got 7 seconds, and then it comes up. The premiere begins.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes,
Yes.
we can hear you now.
Okay, yay. All right. Oh, man. I didn't have this kind of trouble last year. I don't know what's going on this time around. YouTube's been complaining at me all night. My bit rate's too low. My bit rate's too high. My resolution's not optimal. I don't know what's going on here. All right. So we covered the Openbsd, how you got to Openbsd. We covered how you got into the compilers. But in the talk, you mentioned that I took some notes here. My memory's not as good as it used to be. You mentioned that when you first came into the D forums and you talked to, you made a post and Walter responded to you. And that's where you found out about the D Language Foundation. And that's where you found out about the big four that were supported. And this was in 2017. And you made an effort to port LDC to Openbsd. That was unsuccessful. But what I didn't get from the talk was what brought you to D in the first place?
You know, I do not remember what was the impetus. So something happened in 2017 that put D on my radar. Don't remember off the top of my head what that thing was. I'm sure it was probably a talk, or maybe the conference that just happened, or something got posted on Hacker News or Reddit or something like that. And I had never heard of the language before. And so, yeah, I wish I had a better story for exactly how I found out about D, but it was just kind of something that came across my computer monitor at some point. I really don't remember what the actual impetus of it was. Could have also been the FreeBSD efforts to put LDC in their port system. So surprisingly, as far as I can tell, FreeBSD does not have a package available in their package system for DMD, but they have one for LDC. And that might have also kind of tipped me off, because I do always track what all the other BSDs are working on in terms of ports and packages, so I can find the next interesting things to port and package myself for Openbsd.
Yeah, you know, I remember precisely when I first found out about D. It was on a old game development website called flipcode.com. And there was this guy on there who was always a contrarian. He was always evangelizing everything that people weren't using. You know, everybody was using C++. He was evangelizing D. Everybody was using DirectX. He was evangelizing OpenGL. And that was in 2003. And I remember I went to the website. It was sometime in the summer, and I looked at the website and I said, and I closed it. I went back, I don't know, about 2 or 3 months later, and never looked back. I just love the language. But you've been, how many, I think you mentioned a number, how many languages, compilers have you moved over to Openbsd now?
I had to make so I gave another talk, kind of the flip of this talk. Instead of introducing Openbsd to the D people, I gave a talk introducing D and some other languages to the BSD people. And so I had to do a quick accounting for that. I think at this point, I'm just about or slightly over the 50 compilers and interpreters mark. Now it's not all 50 different languages, right? You know, so there's like 2 C compilers in there. There's 3 D compilers. So, right, the number of languages is less, but the number of compilers and interpreters is hovering around that 50 number at the moment. So like I said, I enjoy doing this. I can't really explain to you why I enjoy doing this, but I have a lot of fun exploring, like I said, how other people think about how to go about solving problems. And so I'm always interested in seeing what the next language is going to be.
You know, I completely understand that. Somebody asked me at DConf one year, the real world DConf, why I do this stuff that I do in the D community, and I have no answer. It's fun. I enjoy it. Yeah. You know, I enjoy working with the people I work with. I enjoy hanging out in the D community. It's my favorite programming language. You know, what else do I need? So, yeah, among all of these compilers and interpreters that you've brought to BSD, Openbsd, how does D rank in terms of the difficulty you had getting there? Is it near the top of the list in terms of difficulty, near the bottom, somewhere in the middle?
Yeah. So unfortunately, some are really straightforward. Some are, you know, there's an interpreter or compiler. It's written in C, in really standard Unix C. So you type make, you get the compiler out, and it just works. So there's some like the Algol 68G compiler is like that, right? It's just a bunch of C files that just happen to understand Algol 68. You compile it on any platform, and it kind of just works. And then there are like the incredibly different and difficult languages, I should say. You know, difficult languages, things like Modula 2, which I helped port the GNU Modula 2 compiler, which is on the way to being added to GCC, just like D was not all that long ago. And right, that you had to actually dig into some GCC internals to actually get the thing working. And then there were some also just confusions on kind of its implementation languages, which was C++ 11. I think it's still C++ 11 for M2. And there was some confusion about how the standard actually interprets certain things like nulls. Believe it or not, the C++ standard gives you like 5 different possibilities for what your NULL can end up being defined to be. And M2's compiler like actually required one of the 5 different possible interpretations of what null could be, right? So that's like super difficult, right? Dealing with, you know, not just implementation, but also other language implementations to figure out what the compiler is trying to do. D worked out pretty well once I figured out the correct path to actually get all the different compilers working. So way back in 2017, when I first learned about D, I did not know about GDC. I'd only known about, I guess, LDC and DMD. And DMD was already at that time, I think, bootstrapped, right? I think it was already written in D by 2017. And so LDC was the only thing that I knew of that might have given me a chance. And they had a branch called LTS Master, which was an old version of the compiler, but they kept it just up to date enough so that you can compile more modern versions of LDC. So I figured I'd give that a try. And I had gotten to the point where it was able to compile like simple hello world binaries and working hello world binaries, but it didn't have enough in D runtime to actually support a more full system. So I kind of gave up on it. And then restarting, you know, back earlier this year, I learned about GDC and realized that, oh, GDC is just hooking into GCC. And I already have GCC on my system, and I already know how to compile GCC on my system. And this one's still using the C++ front end for D. So maybe that's the right solution. It turns out that is the right solution, because GDC, as long as you have enough support in D runtime, which by that point some other people had come along, Kai, Ian, a couple of others had come along and pretty much filled out all the necessary missing pieces for Openbsd support, at least enough to get the compilers self-hosting, that I was able to kind of just swoop in and put those pieces together and realize that, oh, this in fact will work, and I can use it to bootstrap both itself and the other compilers, DMD and LDC.
So we've got a question from the live stream here from Ricky Cattermole. How do you find other language implementations, test suites compared to D for catching issues with their builds?
So I guess that really depends on the language. So D is really good in that sense. And actually, I still have a couple of bugs on my list that I discovered from the DMD suite, I guess a week or two ago. Yeah, D is pretty well up there, at least for what I've been looking at, which is really just at this point to fill out all the missing pieces. I'm sure there are still some missing pieces compared to, let's say, Windows or something like that. So for me, it's been great. Not every language is so great, but D's happens to be, a good test suite for kind of fleshing out all the bugs that I'm in the process of working on. As I get those bugs fixed and figured out, I'm sure I'll find other bugs, and then I'll have to reevaluate where the test suite is for those new bugs once I find them. But that's a future me problem.
Well, I'm curious about how you find when you're importing these compilers and interpreters, you don't always know the language that you're porting beforehand, so you have to pick it up as you go. How is that process for you? Are you quick at it? I mean, some people pick languages up like a sponge. Okay, I guess that means no.
No. I don't. No one's ever asked me that question if I'm fast at it or not. So I've never really had to think about it. But one of the things I will say, just being a porter at large, right, for more than just compilers and interpreters, is unlike a language or even an operating system, right? So Openbsd, most of our stuff is written in C. There's a little bit of stuff in Perl, little bit of stuff maybe in Shell and assembly. So if you know those 4 languages, you can pretty much move around the entire Openbsd operating system and know what you're doing, right? Even if you just knew C, you'd be able to do 95% of it. When it comes to ports and packages, you don't get a choice about the languages those software programs are written in. You just have to accept them as they are. And so you kind of have to just learn a bunch of different languages, at least kind of the basics of all the different languages, right? You'll have to learn Python because there's plenty of Python software out there that needs to be ported, right? You'll have to learn C++. There's tons of C++ software out there. You'll have to learn things like Rust because, right, there's more and more Rust stuff showing up both in the ecosystem and in Openbsd packages. So you kind of have to learn all these things. I will say D was not anywhere near the top of the difficult languages for me to learn, right? I essentially just kind of pretended that D was C for a while, and that was enough to get me going and figure out what I need to do. And then, all right, so D is more than C, obviously. It's also C and C++, and, we all have to learn object-oriented programming in school and whatnot. So, right, so all those fundamentals were still there. I still get tripped up occasionally because the D compilers really, really dislike when you use like C-style pointers and array syntax, and they error out on you and complain that you must write this in D style. So remembering to just, move the arrays and the stars over to, the type definition rather than putting the arrays at the end of the variable. I still get that one wrong more than I cared to admit. But actually understanding what D code is doing, at this point, I'm pretty well set in what's going on.
Yeah, D used to be more forgiving about C-style array syntax. Anyway, well, array declarations. I mean, they used to support them, and it was an easier thing to. You didn't have to remember it back then, but now, yeah, it's gone. But I completely am the opposite now. I mean, I used to write a lot of C and a lot of Java, and now I don't write much of anything anymore because I'm too damn busy. But when I do write anything, if I try to look at some of my old C code and try to do something with it, I always write D. it's just ingrained in me now, you know. But I wonder about syntax. You've ported some very different languages, right? Syntax wise. And so my next question is, how bad does that trip you up?
Well, I haven't gotten to the point where I've started writing like APL or something, thinking that it was D or C or something like that. So at least on that front, I'm able to keep, the basics of the different kind of paradigms of languages separate from one another. But yes, and I have even caught myself, right? Being a professor, I have to at some point explain code to students, and I end up writing a bunch of code, right, as a sample code to give to students. And I have definitely caught myself writing one language and then taking a look at it and saying to myself, this is not what I'm teaching in class tomorrow. This is a whole different language. Let me now go back and rewrite this thing in the language that I intend to, which is usually the language I intend to is usually JavaScript. And then I end up writing some other language instead of JavaScript. So yes, I wish I had a better kind of finger memory in that sense to be able to say, okay, at this moment I'm writing this language, and fingers just take the wheel and write that language, and don't mess me up and write some other language instead. But I'll get there, I think, maybe.
Well, I have a bad habit of, I teach English in Korea, and so I have a bad habit sometimes in my English classes of getting right into speaking Korean and not even realizing it. I don't want to speak in Korean in my English class, It's just such a habit now. We have a question here in the live stream. Were any of Openbsd's security features a problem when porting? He says something here about, I don't know what the WX is, but syscalls only from libc, etc.
Yeah, so he's talking about like WX or X and kind of the way syscalls.
Oh, no, never mind. It's supposed to, never mind. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So honestly, OpenBSD's security features were not an issue at all for any of the decompilers. The question is kind of which ones of our built-in security features do you get with the different compilers? And so interestingly enough, you do get some of those security features with some of the compilers and not with others. And some I've had to write in myself, right? So kind of the very first thing I did when I got DMD up and running and GDC up and running is I added the ability to call things like pledge and unveil, which are two of our most popular security features, right? So what pledge does, for those who don't know, pledge lets you put in essentially a list of broad categories that the program will do over its lifetime. And the kernel will disable any syscall that isn't included in that list of things that you say that this program will do. Right, so you can be super restrictive and literally take away every single syscall except for the exit syscall, or you can add stuff back, right? So you can do things like standard I/O, reading files, writing files, connecting to sockets, connecting to the network, things like that. And unveil is kind of the opposite of pledge, where you kind of take away all the file system reading and only add back what it is that you want from the file system, right? So we have one for syscalls and one for the file system itself. So that was really easy. That was really simple. That was just me, writing, 3 or 4 lines of code, X turns C, and then the declarations for both pledge and unveil. And that was really simple and got into D really quickly. As for some of our other mitigations, so you get things like WX or X kind of basically for free, unless you, for some reason, turned it off on your system. You get retguard. So retguard is kind of like our return instruction pointer verifier. It basically ensures that on a return from a function that the instruction pointer hasn't been changed. So it's kind of a more advanced stack cookies you might think about it, because it actually does instrument the return pointer itself. For parts of D, with some of the compilers, you actually get some of retguard. So it turns out, at least on Openbsd, DMD ends up being linked by the C compiler if you actually kind of have the verbose things turned on so you can actually see what it's doing. You will see an invocation of the C compiler at one point. which I believe is on the linking stage. And so at least for parts of maybe the support libraries that come from Openbsd, those will still be protected with RetGuard and stuff like that. I actually have been trying to, that's kind of my shadow thing that I was going to talk about in this live stream. I'm actually trying to figure out how to get RetGuard set up on DMD kind of more broadly. So kind of all the different D functions can take advantage of that. I would have to double check. I'm pretty sure that you wouldn't get RetGuard for GDC because you don't normally get it from GCC. And I would have to double check LDC. I don't remember off the top of my head. And then as for syscalls being through libc, I haven't had any problem with that whatsoever, which kind of leads me to believe that there are no bare syscalls being made in any of the 3 compilers, which would kind of make sense to me.
Yeah. Okay. So my question. Oh yeah, the TLS. You were surprised to find out that TLS just works, and you didn't expect that it did.
So on LDC and, well, I guess LLVM and GCC, they both use the emulated TLS, the thread local storage emulated version that both GCC and LLVM carry. And so all of our compilers still use those things. They still will use emulated thread local storage instead of the real thing. The exception, though, is that DMD doesn't know how to do that. DMD will simply create TLS sections in your ELF executables and just begin to put like your G shared variables into there. And I have been very surprised, both myself and another Openbsd developer, G. Kohler, who actually did the work porting PowerPC 64 support to GDC. We have found that these sections just kind of work on Openbsd, at least kind of in maybe the most simplistic of cases. You know, I haven't really kind of stress test to see exactly what the limits of Openbsd's actual TLS section support is, but at least for all the basics of, right, all of, you know, the compilers, particularly DMD, you know, anything that might be in D runtime or Phobos, or kind of any of the D code that I've just been compiling and working with Dub and stuff like that, all seem to work just fine. And that was a surprise.
It shouldn't be.
I don't think anyone's really tried it.
It shouldn't be, because the 32-bit OS2 TLS support was all emulated.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about the sections is those sections are a standard feature of the object file format. And there's no reason that they shouldn't work on other platforms. How the emulation worked in the 32-bit OS was, instead of having the linker patch things up, the compiler would emit some code to add the base address to get at the specific TLS data. So that code is still in the library and all that. It's just been kind of bypassed and hasn't been used for a while. But putting stuff into sections there's no reason why it shouldn't work. I mean, that's the whole point of sections, so you can group things together and do things with it.
Right. Yeah, it was just a little bit of a surprise because, right, none of us had ever seen binaries with those sections there, and then they just worked. And both he and I were pleasantly surprised that it worked.
Well, the thing is, I had to use sections that nobody else was using. or would have failed, because it would have confused the two. So yeah, that's really a big deal with the object file format and the linker is you create sections to group things together that need to belong together.
Mm-hmm.
And then you need to create 2 additional sections, one that goes at the beginning of it and one that goes at the end, so you can find the start address and the end address of the section. And that's all features of the object file and the linker, not of the runtime library. So as long as they're using ELF format or, you know, Macho and OS X, at least that part of it is going to work. like I said, the thing that's missing is the linker and the special fix-ups for it. Well, the emulator just has some code the compiler inserts in that goes and gets the base address for the section, and then getting the offset from the start of a section is a standard object file relocation fix-up. So yeah, it should work fine.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're the first person I've heard refer to the Mac OS file format as macho.
I ran into that the other day, and I thought, that sounds fine. So I just started calling it the macho format.
Yeah, I think Mako is what it's supposed to be.
Normally I call it Mako.
But macho, that's like Das Better See. I mean, you're always coming up with these things, so that's cool.
No, I can't claim credit for this. I stole it from somebody. Somebody at another conference I was at last week called it the macho.
Get a little 70s disco vibe there. Let's see. We had another question in the live stream chat. Now, which of the compilers would you recommend for learning D on Openbsd?
Well, so I guess at the moment would be LDC, but LDC is not yet in the package repository. It's ready to go. I just have to get an okay to actually import it. GDC, right, is still, as we know, lagging behind in terms of the front end. I do know that Ian, because I do track the GCC mailing list, so I know Ian is ready to go to update the front end for GDC to be in line with the other compilers. The downside here is that we only update GCC on Openbsd once in like a blue moon, because we use Clang for our base compiler, and actually Clang is the thing that we use for our compiler basically for everything. And so GCC is kind of like for the few things that we actually need GCC for, like a Fortran compiler, things like that, we keep a version around. We jump from version 8.4 to 11.2. So at that rate, we'll jump from 11.2 to 14 or 15 point something at this rate. So it's very likely that we'll kind of be carrying that older version of GDC for a while. And so your best bet probably is, I guess, would be LDC, because I'm going to work on bringing in line more languages for LDC, right? Which is just kind of not possible for DMD, with DMD only actually supporting x86 and x86-64 for their backends. So that's kind of what I have on my docket, is increasing the increasing the CPU support for LDC. And then that would kind of be my go-to compiler for both learning and using D on Openbsd.
Okay, the talk has just ended now on my laptop. It's still going on my PC. So we'll go ahead and call it post-Q&A time now. Post-talk Q&A time now, which means Alexander Shindy, your question that I didn't ask yet will now be eligible for a $25 Amazon e-gift card. Where was it? I lost it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, I did ask your question. I thought you had another one here, but that was the TLS. Okay, I'll put you in anyway. Congratulations, you're eligible. All right. Ali has a question. How does D fare among all the languages you know?
In terms of what? I mean, D is great in the sense that it exists. So it is equal to all other languages that exist in that sense. But maybe there's a qualifier there I can give a better answer.
Platforms, probably. AMD 64, what else?
Okay, so as of today, right, DMD officially in the package only has x86-64 support. I have a package ready to go for 32-bit x86 for DMD. I just need to get an okay to commit it. For GDC, we are currently shipping packages, I believe, for x86 32, x86 64, ARM 32, ARM 64, PowerPC 32, PowerPC 64. Theoretically, if Spark support is there from GDC, I haven't actually spoken to Ian about this, but if Spark 64 is there, that support, then we can turn on Spark 64 packages for GDC. And I believe I saw Ian talking about on the GCC mailing list actually having tested GDC with PA risk, which we also support on Openbsd. And so in theory, if that support is there, we could even turn on GDC for PA risk. Can't imagine anyone would actually use it, but we can try. We can see what happens. In terms of LDC, at the moment, it's just x86 64 and x86 32. But I know the ARM support is there because the Android people use LDC. So getting 32-bit and 64-bit ARM support will kind of be most immediate on my to-do list once I import LDC. And then I'll take it from there, right? So almost all of Openbsd's CPU platforms support LLVM. The only ones that don't are Alpha and PA Risk and Motorola 88K. And that's just because neither of those three actually have LLVM backends. So presuming that the support is there in D runtime, you'll see packages for all of those things in Openbsd eventually.
Yeah, Ali says he basically just wanted to hear good things about D. So,
well, if someone wants to take the time and effort to actually get a Motorola 88K backend for GDC or something, it turns out Openbsd is the last operating system that supports Motorola 88K to the present day. But I think they're still stuck on GCC 3 to make that happen. But if anyone can think about how to make that work, we'll probably have users who will use it.
Okay, so it wasn't Alexander's question I wanted to ask earlier. It was Richard's. I skipped right over it there. Ricky Cattermole. He says, am I understanding this right? Will TLS on ELF basically just work with P threads automatically working regardless of D runtime status?
I think that might be a Walter question. Maybe. Give me some code that you have in mind and I'll run it on my system. I'll get back to you. I'll tell you what works and what doesn't work.
Well, the emulation of the TLS won't work without the startup code calling the initialize routines. Okay, so if you just create a thread with pthread and expect TLS to work, it won't, because the D runtime doesn't know about the thread. Okay, so you'd have to start up the thread with pthread and then have the TLS code initializer run in the D runtime library in order for it to work.
Okay, I never know how to pronounce the name here. It's Ate Escola or 8 Escola. I'm not sure what the correct pronunciation is. Please correct me in the chat. He's asking, is there any portable equivalent available for Pledge? Wish it was on other OSs too. Defensive coding, if any.
Yes. So traditionally what people do, no is the quick answer, but the longer answer is what people generally do is they'll have, like in C code, they'll put a define that says pledge equals 0, because pledge returns 0 on success and -1 on failure. So people will still write code including pledge, but it'll only ever actually work on Openbsd. That's proven to be, by far one of our most popular security mechanisms. And, we all love it on the Openbsd side. And, it's gotten to the point where, we almost don't think to code without it at this point, right? Because it's so easy, right? And just gives you basically free security and just letting the kernel figure out which syscalls you actually have available and which ones you don't. But I'm hopeful that other systems will eventually adopt it. I know the Serenity team has adopted some Openbsd security mechanisms. I do not know if Pledge is one of them. I think they may have adopted Unveil. So maybe I'm hopeful for the future that others will adopt these things. There are equivalents like FreeBSD has Capsicum, which does similar work. There's also things like SE Linux, which can also do similar work. I don't know if there's anything similar on Mac OS or on Windows.
Excuse me. Ethan has a comment here about, it's not a question, it's a comment about version POSIX. He says +1 for version POSIX. By the way, that covers things like Android and iOS, which really should be first-class OSs by now. And I noticed earlier, I didn't get a chance to mention it. Steve also mentioned version POSIX for Mac OS. And yeah, I use this in my bindings, actually, my loaders, because especially for like, sometimes Mac OS does things differently. So you've always got to be careful that if you're going to make a distinction between a specific platform like Mac OS or Linux and POSIX, to make sure to put the specific platform first and put POSIX at the bottom as a catch-all.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
but
yes, that's my next like D-Lang mission for user space code. Walter's already seen it. I sent him a pull request doing exactly that for the med editor. The biggest offender I found at the moment for version Linux was the ASRD library. All of it is version Linux, and almost none of it is actually Linux specific. At least not the stuff that I have looked at. So that's kind of my next big project eventually. I know I have all these big projects and exactly zero time to fulfill all those projects. But hey, as long as it's on the to-do list, I can say that I started it, right? And that's what counts.
Luis asks, shouldn't GDC be packaged as normal GCC? On Arch, we have subpackages for GCC front ends. For example, G4tran is on GCC Fortran. Is our front ends completely separate in Openbsd?
Yeah. So what you would do on Openbsd is you just say package add GDC, and you would get just GDC and its support libraries. You could also do package add G++ to get C++. For historical reasons, the Fortran compiler is still called G95, even though we're not actually using G95 anymore. And that would get you just the Fortran compiler. And if you just did package add GCC, you would just get the C compiler. So all the front ends are we just don't prefix them with GCC. We just use their actual names. And the same thing with the Ada compiler as well. That we package add GNAT, GNAT.
WebFreak asks, do you also code on Openbsd or just deploy on it? And what editor do you use?
So I only have Openbsd machines, I guess with the exception of my phone, but I will figure out how to get Openbsd on that as well. So, everything on Openbsd. So as for what editor do I use? Vim, because I'm old and I don't want to change editors. And I learned VI, I don't know, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, and I don't want to change.
Yeah, I was never able to get in. I think I'm older than you, and I was never able to get into Vim or Emacs. So I'm a hardcore VS Code user now for writing text and code. Let me see. Okay, Ricky has a speculation here. I'm wondering how much work it would be for Better C with a separate thread library. No comment? Okay.
I don't have the answer to that question. That's a wonderful question.
Next one. Should we expect Openbsd to become that was with regard to TLS. I wonder how much work it would be for Better C with a separate thread library in regards to TLS. I think that's a Walter question.
What was the question again?
How much work would it be for Better C with a separate thread library in terms of TLS?
Well, import C already supports TLS.
Oh, Better C.
Oh, better C.
Because you don't have D runtime.
Right. Well, you can always just write in the support code yourself if you need it. And, just excise, snip it out of D runtime and use it.
A little do-it-yourself, DIY.
Yeah, but if the C runtime library supports TLS, then better C should support it too, because it uses the same mechanism. The TLS support in D runtime is mainly to initialize the D runtime library. The C runtime library, well, that's taken care of by the existing C runtime library. So, what I'd expect with better C, it should just work. If the C runtime library supports thread local storage, better C, it should just work. There's no reason for D to have a different TLS strategy than C's one. And the only reason I wrote that emulator for OS X was there was no support from C for it.
Okay, Steve says about the editor thing. He says, once you program your fingers for Vim, there's no going back.
It's probably true.
We have a question from Esna here. Should we expect Openbsd to become the 5th officially supported platform?
Yeah, Walter, should we expect Openbsd to become the 5th officially supported platform?
Well, how many users are there from it? I'm all for it if the users are there. I don't know what the magic number is. And maybe it's one of those build it and they will come things. But yeah, I don't see any reason not to do it if there's customers there.
And we can even be slightly different as well, right? We don't necessarily need like the official download binaries, right? Because we can always just say they're in the repository, right? So there may even be some shortcuts we can take on the Openbsd side to help make that transition even easier.
Well, I'm certainly not averse to any Openbsd pull requests. I have no problem merging those in. We have a number of those for different operating systems that aren't officially supported. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, and thank you for that. I've sent plenty of pull requests your way for DMD and D runtime and Phobos, and so yes, I appreciate the willingness and welcomingness of other operating systems to D.
Yeah, I'm getting it officially supported means getting a test suite machine and running the test suite regular on it. That's probably the largest amount of work to get it mainstreamed.
All right, so there's the call. Who wants to help me? Everyone in the Openbsd world knows where I am and how to get a hold of me. So if that's the project you want to do, Openbsd people, shoot me an email.
There's also NetBSD, so you up for that too?
I am not part of NetBSD. I have lots of friends who are NetBSD developers. I have friends right throughout the entire BSD community, but I can think of some people in NetBSD who might be up to the challenge.
Yeah. Well, FreeBSD doesn't have many users. That was pushed through mainly because I like FreeBSD. And I thought having another POSIX implementation would be, very good for the stability and portability of D code.
Walter, Ali says he doesn't agree with your number of users qualification. With that logic, we should all move to C++.
Well, I stand corrected.
Okay. Where was I? There was Alexander Shindy says, Brian, if you manage to get Openbsd running on a phone, drop me a line.
Yeah, we'll do. Don't worry.
It'll probably be a big announcement.
I saw online somebody was talking about their terminal emulator on the on a phone, and he did all his programming through this terminal emulator. And I finally slowly realized that on an Android phone, you can shell out to the operating system and operate it. And I didn't know that Android allowed that, but that is really cool. And it sort of opens the question of, do we need a DMD compiler running on Android phones? Or does it run already on Android phones? I don't know.
They have an LD. The Termux team has an LDC package, so I know there must be some number of Android users using LDC on Android.
That's cool. Now we need to bring it to the iPhone. But the guy was amazing when he showed how he was actually doing programming and on a phone. I just can't imagine using that teeny tiny screen to edit code with, but you know, he's very young, which shows why that works. You know, if you have eyes that are under 20, you can probably read your code on the Android screen.
I saw somebody who once used Vim on Android and how it was the best editor because you didn't have to type a lot of things to edit code on a tiny phone screen. So
that makes sense. Yeah, you would want a different UI that's optimized for that. I would think the fat finger issue would be a big problem on the phone, but.
All right, I got a question from the live stream from Ali. Pledge and Unveil seem to give the reins to the program as opposed to capability-based OSs. Was the latter a failed idea?
I don't know if it was a failed idea. I think it was just a different way of thinking about the problem. You know, I think like everything else, if someone came along with a solid implementation and was willing to fight for it, then there would probably be a conversation among the developers to see if that would be included.
Let me make sure I didn't miss anyone. If anybody else has a question, you want to win you want to be eligible to win the gift card, now's the time to do it. I'm about to call it in just a minute and take us to the break. Okay, then that's it. So, Brian, why don't you go ahead and close us out here?
Sure.
What's your final thoughts?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you to all the D community first for having me here and talking, and also for taking all of my Openbsd code into your repositories. Yeah, everybody knows where to find me in the Openbsd world. It's just bcalla@openbsd.org. Feel free to shoot me emails, chat with me. I'm always happy to chat with people about really anything. So looking forward to continuing the conversation.
And I think we can all thank you for bringing D to Openbsd for us.
Yes, thank you very much, Brian.
Yeah, my pleasure. Don't worry. That I'm happy to do.
Yeah, much appreciated.
All right, and now I'm in the wrong tab, the wrong browser here. Hang on. All right, now I'm going to pick a winner. Ate Escola, you are the winner of a $25 Amazon e-gift card. Congratulations. I have your email, and I will be in touch with you to talk about how we can get it to you, how you can claim it. All right, everyone. It is break time now. The next talk begins. Okay, my mic cuts out when I turn my head to the left. Yeah, it's probably cutting out when I'm straight on to it, too. Consider it donated. Okay, thank you, Ate. The next talk is from Bradley Chapta, begins at 17:45 UTC. He will be in the live stream at 17:40, and I will bring us back then. See you then. Thanks, Brian. Bye-bye.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Hello.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry, Bradley. I was just testing my mic locally before I jump back into the live stream to make sure it's to see if it's working or not for me locally. I've been having trouble with my voice going in and out all night. So anyway, I'll be back in just a minute.
Okay, and we're back. Hello, Bradley. How you doing?
Pretty nervous, but I'm doing fine.
That's no problem. Can you tell me how to pronounce your last name? Is it Chatha? Chatha?
Chafer.
Chaitha. Okay, I was wrong on both counts. And I see your dog in the background and my dog in the background. That's a poodle?
He's a Yorkshire Terrier cross of a Bichon.
I see.
He'll
Okay.
make his presence announced at some point.
Say again?
Sure, he'll make his presence announced at some point.
I didn't catch that.
He's gonna bark at some point.
Oh, he'll make his presence announced. I'm sorry. Yeah, your voice was kind of grainy there. I didn't catch that. All right. So can you do us a favor and introduce yourself and the talk for the benefit of future Q&A video viewers?
So I'm Brad. I've been programming as a hobby for 10 years, and I've chosen D as my main language. This talk is a beginner-oriented talk to show off what D can do with its metaprogramming. So hopefully it'll inspire some people. It'll help beginners to get an idea of what's actually possible. It's going to be quite surprising what D actually can do. If you're more experienced, it won't be too beneficial, but again, beginner orientated.
So I've never talked to you about your experiences with D before. This is the first time we've ever talked face to face. So I'm curious, what brought you to the D programming language initially?
So I was coding in C# for about a year or two. I wanted to move down to a lower level language. I think I used a setter code to just look across different languages. D caught my eye for some reason, and then like one thing led to another, and here I am.
Wow, so it was Rosetta Code where it got you. I've seen people talk about Rosetta Code snippets in the forums, but I've never actually looked at Rosetta Code. Were you there explicitly looking for a language to use, or was it just happenstance that you found D?
It's kind of in the middle, I guess. I was looking for a language, but I wasn't actively looking for one. I was just kind of glancing. And,
well, you know, the thing that originally pulled me in for D when I first started using it was it kind of answered it solved all the problems I had with both C and Java, right? I was using both back and forth for different projects, hobby and as a contractor for a while. And when I was using Java, I always felt like, man, I wish I could have the C features here. And when I was using C, I was like, oh man, I wish I could have these Java features here. And then, D kind of pulled both together for me. So the fact that you were amenable to picking up a new language means you weren't completely happy or satisfied with what you were already using. Can you talk about that a little bit? Any things you were finding lacking in C# or other languages you were using?
I wouldn't say lacking, but more, I was just really curious. I had some exposure to C++ from a former friend. And I was like, I'm never going to touch this language. It's awful. In my opinion, at least. Well, it's not awful, but you know what I mean. Yeah,
I know. I never got into it because, C and Java, C++ just didn't fill anything for me. It was kind of funny. I was, I think it was DConf 2017. I asked Scott Myers to autograph my copy of Effective C++. And, he asked me, so what do you use C++ for? And I'm like, I don't use it. And he's like, so why do you have the book? I'm like, well, I've read a lot about C++ and you're the top guy to read. But yeah, I have a lot of books on languages I don't use. I've read them and I find there's value in that. I wonder, do you do the same?
I like to look into other languages. Yeah. Don't have any books or anything though.
Well,
just like.
Oh, go ahead.
kind of like learning natural language. Kind of opens your mind to different ideas, because it can be very radically different.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I do that. And the other thing is, I like reading. Oh, there's my other dog. Got a poodle and a Maltese. That's Loki, L-O-K-I, Loki. My poodle's Jack. But I find reading books about other languages, even if I'm not using them, the authors sometimes you can find some kind of key insights on something that is applicable to the language you do use. I always like that. Your talk is getting ready to start now. We're about 20 seconds away from the launch on my laptop anyway. And I wonder what motivated this talk about templates. I get the impression it's because you've spent a lot of time diving into them and you liked what you found.
In my opinion, metaprogramming is D's biggest feature that sets it apart from all the other languages. Because sure, you got your nice features like UFCS, you got mixed high level and low level. But it's really metaprogramming that I think D should get most of its strength from. So, but it can be quite obtuse. It can be quite, as I said, surprising and unintuitive about what D is actually capable of achieving. So I wanted to create a quick kind of primer to showcase some of the things you can actually do with D.
By the way, to the live stream, slides are available on the website. I posted them up there before we started tonight. Well, today, whatever time it is for you. So Bradley slides are available along with everyone else's if you want to download them after the talk. So I love that screenshot of the error messages that you have there. That is something, depending on what you're doing and who you talk to, these error messages, template error messages can be very helpful or very WTF. So I wonder, did this affect you when you were picking up these metaprogramming? Was it a hurdle for you to get through the error messages?
Definitely, especially since I learned it. I started learning D when the error messages weren't as good as they are right now. So currently now, it's just kind of like second nature to pass through blobs of nothing.
Well, one of the ones I love is like where you say there's no match for where you have like you can't pass foo of type foo to foo of type foo. You've seen that one, right? That one always throws me whenever I see it. I've struggled with that. But I know that there's Walter had an idea. I don't think he's publicized it yet, but I know we've talked about it in an email a while back. He has an idea for improving DMD error messages across the board. So maybe if once we get more details on how to go about that, then maybe we'll see some changes there. I like your approach here of going step by step, starting with the basics of templated functions and then gradually increasing, to specialization and all that. How long did it take you to pick this stuff up? I mean, was it a quick learn or was it a slog?
That's a really hard question to answer. I think I just very slowly learned over time. I've been using D since around 2014, 2015. That's obviously a lot of time to pick things up. As for just going back to error messages quickly, did have a PR open for attempting to improve error messages. I wonder if there's any inspiration from that from Walter.
I don't know. I don't know what the PR is. Walter, are you there? He might not be here right now. I know he had something to do.
Says in chat he had to go to the airport around this time.
So it's time for that. Okay, that might be it then. Yeah, his proposal had to do with. I'll have to dig up the email to look at it. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but I don't know where he got the idea from. It's just a simple matter of implementing some kind of struct type to handle the errors. I don't remember the details, but what was my next question? Oh yeah. What was the hardest part of the template meta? Well, you don't just cover template meta programming here. You cover a lot of compile time features. What was the most difficult to pick up when you were learning it? And before I get to that, I guess it's better to ask, did you have any kind of background in the actual generic, a template system, aside from generics? I guess C# has generics, right?
C# has generics, yeah.
Yeah.
I had zero experience with template programming at that point. It was my first foray into things, and this completely spoiled me.
And aside from the error messages, what was the most difficult hurdle to get over?
Yeah, that's a tricky question. I think I'd say learning how the compiler itself works at compile time. That makes sense. Like how it sees all this compile time data, what you can actually do with it. Especially like alias versus enum, things like that.
The thing I found most, looks like I'm about to start having audio difficulties again on the stream. I'm getting a warning here from YouTube. The thing I had difficulty with, and I had Java generics, and I was semi-familiar with C++ templates, but they never really clicked for me because I just didn't use C++ too often. But D's templates clicked pretty immediately for me. The thing that tripped me up was always alias parameters in the beginning. I wasn't. I don't know why they confused me. I mean, eventually it clicked, but it just it was a little difficult to get through. Did you find any trouble with that, alias parameters, or were those easier?
Definitely found issue with them. I couldn't really tell at the start what the difference between alias and enum things really were. But yeah, as the same with you, eventually clicked and it all made sense.
And what would you recommend? I mean, you go through this step by step, but what would you recommend a new D programmer with no template experience? How would you recommend that they go about learning everything? I mean, this is a good introduction to what's out there and could be used as a guide to step-by-step progress. But where would you, what source materials would you recommend that they start with?
So source material, Ali Sorelli's book has quite a good introduction onto templates and UDOs. Definitely recommend that. Find reading through the spec can be quite helpful sometimes. But in general, I'll just say try and learn things one step at a time. Because, as I mentioned in the video, the metaprogramming is basically Lego. So you want to learn all the building blocks, so you then can learn how to put them all together.
Yeah, that's something I hadn't thought of before, is seeing it as Lego. That's a good way to describe it. What's your favorite metaprogramming feature?
Ooh. I'd say anything to do with introspection, because you could do a lot of weird shenanigans with it.
That's interesting, because did you happen to catch Stefan's talk about core.reflect?
Not yet. I was taking a nap.
I wish I was taking a nap. Yeah, if you're interested in introspection, I think core.reflect would be a really good thing for you to look at. But if you watch his video, you'll find out it's not going to, there's some compiler issues that are blocking its progress right now. So it's going to be a while before we see anything. But yeah, why does introspection float your boat?
Purely because design by introspection allows you to, it's just magical. Like, using the same interface, you can have extremely different implementations, but because of these code gen abilities, you can also have it extremely optimized specifically for the specific input you pass through the template parameters. Just find it very interesting.
Well, back in my Java days, when I first started with Java, I thought, wow, the reflection features that they have there were just absolutely amazing. But I mean, that's all runtime reflection, unless you're running like an external tool. I think I guess when they brought the, I don't know how much Q&A. I don't know how much compile time reflection happens in Java from the compiler. I know they have external tools that can do funky things, but their runtime reflection capabilities were amazing. But then, you look at D and you get all this funky stuff happening at compile time. That just blew my mind. And then to see Stefan's talk taking it further, where he's got a simple example showing how many bytes of padding you have in your struct type. I mean, that's just pretty cool. I don't know if we can do that right now with our traits. I don't think we can. Yeah. But I know you have that JCLI project, and you're using a lot of compile time stuff for that. Why don't you elaborate on that a little bit? How are you using metaprogramming and compile time features in JCLI?
So I guess the first thing is you can actually use you can actually pass modules directly into alias template parameters. So one of the things JCLI is able to do is iterate over the modules you pass through and look for anything marked with the @command UDA to find your commands. Then from there follows a bit of convention. Like, commands have to always have a function called onExecute, depending on what it returns. It allows you to control whether you have a status code or not. Just very declarative in general. So, like, if you mark an argument as nullable, then it becomes optional. That's all just introspection, being able to give you a really fluent and declarative interface.
And I've seen you in the forums posting about things you're working on sometimes, and you always frame it as, a stupid little throwaway project or something like that. But what's your D programming style? I mean, are you a heavy metaprogrammer, or do you make use of a lot of the OOP features, or do you keep it more C style? How do you approach deprogramming?
Don't really use OOP that much anymore. So I'd say a mix of C kind of style and very heavy metaprogramming. I like to shoehorn into it wherever I can.
So how does that affect your, have you run into any problems with memory usage and compile times if you're doing heavy metaprogramming? Do you have any projects that big that affect? Oh.
So just as one example, a random person I didn't know contacted me, said if I could try and make a kind of a markdown-ish. Well, he made his own markdown language, contacted me to see if I could try and make a deparser and emitter for it. So I decided to use the new std.sum type as the AST, and my compile times just blew up. Well, I say blew up, like sub-second to a couple of seconds to like about 10 seconds in total, with relatively little code. Another example would be Dave Plummer's drag race. I decided to see what would happen if we try to calculate the entire sieve of Aristophanes. If you try to unroll the entire loop at compile time, so 1,000,000 times plus, well, times a lot of other times, LDC used over 200 gigabytes of memory before Windows decided to just kill it outright. Of course, that's an extreme example, but it does still kind of apply that to general code.
Yeah, that's a long-term goal to bring down memory usage at compile time, especially. We have a question here in the live stream. Attila already gave one answer to it, but I'll give you the opportunity to answer it too. I want to contribute to DLang and I am a beginner. How do I start? Any recommendations for him? Attila recommended that PRs, we have issues that are tagged on Bugzilla for beginners, but do you have anything to add to that?
So yeah, looking through Bugzilla probably be a good start. That's what I tried to do when I was looking for things to like try and help a bit to contribute. I haven't really contributed that much though, because I just don't feel like. So since this person, I kind of feel like I'm too underskilled to really help out. So I think just looking for something, going like, this is an issue for me. I want to try and fix it, even if I might not be able to. Just give it a try. Hope for the best.
Yeah, I think all of my contributions have been documentation. I don't remember ever contributing any code. I certainly haven't contributed any to DMD or DRuntime. Maybe something to Phobos a long time ago. We have a comment, not a question, but we have a comment in the live chat for the talk from Ate Escola. Designed by, he says this is designed by introspection, basically explained in one video.
It's definitely a goal.
Yeah.
And as you know, I talked directly about design by introspection a bit later on. Actually, it's just got to that point.
The slide just came up, yeah. I guess this is a simpler explanation than Andre's talk. I don't know. But
I hope it's simple.
well, yeah, I mean, it's understandable. This whole video is understandable. And, you know, we could use some more tutorial videos for our channel if you're interested in producing some later on. I'm going to start asking people for content pretty soon. And since you've already done one for us, you're going to be one of the first people I come to.
We'll have to see.
I can be persuasive, man. I can with my emails, man. You get tired of me. Ask people who I've pestered about blog posts. Yeah. So, design by introspection. Are you actually employing that in any of your code right now?
till I get. I have a Lua library called Lumars. It has a helper function called register. Try and find you some code. So basically, you can just tell it. You can just feed it D functions, and it automatically create a Lua wrapper around it because it knows what the return types are, it knows what the parameters are, so it knows exactly what it needs to generate. Give that as an example. So we have to see that's all very simple, straightforward, and it does all the heavy lifting behind the scenes due to being able to introspect all the information it needs.
Yeah, that's one of the coolest features of D. I think that it's like Stefan mentioned in his talk. When he was talking about the issues he's facing in the compiler, is part of it is because we in the early days nobody really realized how important metaprogramming would become in D. And I think back to the C++, the 90s era of C++, when a lot of template metaprogramming techniques were being discovered, not implemented, but discovered. And I guess, Andre's modern C++ is, part of that heritage there. And I guess, similar things have happened to us in the D community. I remember one of the early discoveries was pegged, for example, was kind of a discovery early on of things you could do. And Don Clugston was pushing, I don't remember exactly what it was he did. Something with vectors, maybe, I don't remember. But anyway, he was doing some template stuff. Have you gone beyond what's documented and what and started experimenting and pushing the limits to see what you can and can't do?
Ooh, a little bit. So I was writing like a toy game 4 years back, and for the UI system, I have this mess of a UDA system. So I wanted the UDA to be able to refer to members of a class. Well, actually, 2 different classes at the same time. No, only one class. Yeah, one class. I found that the compiler doesn't actually like that. If you pass 2 member symbols to a template, for some reason, the compiler just wouldn't have it. I'll type some code in chat. It might have been 2 different classes, but something like that would cause a compiler error, at the time at least. And you just found that weirdly limiting compared to everything else I've seen so far with D.
I really haven't done anything with UDAs yet. I had some ideas for a little game I wanted to work on, but I don't have time for that anymore, unfortunately. So there's still features in D that I actually have yet to employ myself because I just haven't written any code in a long time. What has been the biggest problem for you in D programming overall? Not just in metaprogramming, but just as a whole. What has been the thing that's just really brought you down?
Ecosystem, beyond a doubt. So I've went on rants in the forum about this before, It's like, why would I use 5D compared to ASP.NET or Golang libraries, which are super well documented, have great performance, are really easy to use, and there's just tons of support and really stable, etc., etc. And then you have D libraries, which tend to break when you off at them for whatever reason.
Is there any particular library you'd like to see in the ecosystem that's not there now, or anything like VibeD besides VibeD that you'd like to see improved upon in some way?
So my personal pet peeve would be...
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me interrupt you real quick. Your video, your talk just ended. So that means we are now in the post-talk Q&A period, where if you ask a question in the Q&A live stream, you will be eligible to win a t-shirt. This is the second t-shirt we're giving away tonight. It'll be any t-shirt available in our D-Lang Swag Emporium. So if you ask a question, you'll be able to choose it out. I'll let you know how. So Bradley, go ahead. Sorry.
My personal pet peeve is in regards to memory management. It's really hard to write a library in D, where if you ever want to like cater to anything other than the GC, you have really bad options. There's no standard memory management outside of the GC. There's no standard containers outside of the GC. Ref counting, all that stuff.
So you'd like to see more options for that in the ecosystem?
Yeah.
But let's go to the other end now. What has really shined for you aside from metaprogramming?
How smart, I guess, how much intelligence there is in this community. There's some ridiculously smart people in this community, and it's just kind of like an honor to be able to talk with them, be able to like see their discussions, see how their brain kind of ticks in regards to language design and so on. It's just really enlightening and unique.
Yeah, I've learned a lot following discussions in the forums, and in the DIP process and the monthly meetings that we have, just listening to Walter and Andre and Attila and others just going on this stuff. And sometimes it's right over my head, but other times I'm like, whoa, yeah, that's educational. I think being around the D community, definitely. We have a question in the live stream from Brian Callahan. What would be the first step towards resolving any of your pet peeves?
Ooh. I think getting Phobos sorted out, so there's a good, really solid groundwork. Because at the moment, going back to memory management, you have like 4 different libraries that are all completely incompatible with one another. They may or may not use allocators. They may or may not use the dub version of allocators or Phobos. It's just a complete mess, and there's no groundwork there for you to work on. Having got that groundwork into something like Phobos 3D2 maybe would be really beneficial to sorting out those issues.
Web Freak wants to know, where do you get a shirt like that at the end of your presentation?
I can't remember the link, but it's a D-Lang swag.
Yeah, we've got the link on the blog. We've got the link on dconf.org, I think. And I will post the link in the live stream just for you, Web Freak. Let me get to it here. There we go. All right. And if you happen to win the t-shirt, you can pick that one if you want to, WebFreak. I think we have, let's see. Okay, Steve says that UDAs might be one of the best additions to D metaprogramming ever. That's not a question, but I'm curious, do you agree? Is it being designed by introspection?
Yeah, designed by introspection. Just being able to attach any arbitrary like metadata onto anything at all is extremely powerful. Because then you can like introspect it, generate code from it, just do whatever with it.
Ethan says, having re-implemented what Manu was writing that caused him to request UDAs, I agree. That would have been very difficult without it, and my extended use of UDAs is even better. And that raises the question, where's the talk? Is that the 2019 DConf talk you gave, Ethan? Your extended use of UDAs, or is this something else, I wonder? Have you used any other metaprogramming helper libraries out in the ecosystem, Brad?
I don't think I've used any helper libraries, but I use things like the silly unit test library, where you just attach strings as UDAs onto unit tests, and it just automatically picks them up. You can filter by them. It displays all the unit tests by the name you give them. It's a lot better than the built-in one, at least. The built-in unit test runner.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's fine, I had nothing to say.
Adam says that UDAs are nice, but you can get most things done without them. Agree or disagree?
Yes. Most languages don't have UDAs. It allows you to do things that otherwise couldn't be done, which I think is the main point you push. Getting a lot of discussion in here about UDAs. Ethan now just says that as an example of his extended use, he uses UDAs quite heavily in serialization paths to redirect the auto serializer to another serialization path for different types. Binary UUIDs versus string UDAs, for example. Or would that be binary UUIDs versus string UUIDs? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, John's. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Like that could just be as simple as like attaching at binary UUID to a symbol, and then one static if later, and you have completely different behavior.
John Storm says, your presentation was comprehensive. Is there anything that can be done differently, or does D basically get it right? Or is there even a right?
So it's dangerous to say that there is a right. But I think D is pretty much one of the leaders in metaprogramming already. It's hard to really make a comparison of what is missing when it already has most of it, as far as my own knowledge is concerned. So there's always room for improvement, but I don't know what exactly that could be.
And I forgot to mention it, but WebFreak says that he has released Code D version 0.23 in the VS Code marketplace, extension marketplace. So congratulations, Web Freak. That's been a long time coming. Now we don't have to tell new users to configure the beta channel or the nightly channel or whatever it is that you're doing.
I'm not aware of what's in that version, so I'll just go with it.
Yeah, you're using VS Code then?
I do use VS Code, yeah.
Steve says that was a nice talk. And they're talking about UDAs being allowed on parameters. Are you using them for parameters?
It's too annoying. It just doesn't work as you would expect it. You have to do this weird slicing hack, and it just doesn't make any sense, and it's just no good.
Slicing hack?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to explain, but you have to go kind of like get the parameter as a slice, like as a tuple, then slice that tuple, and it's like madness.
Okay, I see what you mean. I haven't tried it yet, so I don't know what that is. While we're waiting for more questions, I'm curious, what are your goals going forward? Are you planning to keep digging deeper into metaprogramming? Are you looking to, do you have any library ideas, funky library ideas using metaprogramming that you would like to put out there? Or what's the future look like for you with D?
My future is just ticking away for whatever comes to mind at the moment. I'm quite kind of ADHD-ish with my programming. One day I feel like working on JCLI, next like brainstorming about build systems, the next just whatever. There's no like concrete plan, just winging it.
Yeah, that's, my personal projects that I've worked on is, it's always been a hobby, and it's always been, I feel like this today, and I feel like something else tomorrow, and I feel like this other thing the next day. Yeah, without somebody telling me, hey, go there, I have a hard time staying focused on certain things. So that's why I like, being in the job that I've got right now with the foundation. I've always got a target and often a deadline. Sometimes I blow right by them, but I try not to. Speaking of which, there was a blog post I just blew right by the deadline. Sorry, George. This guy George, I'm trying to help him revise the post, and I was planning to publish it yesterday, but getting these videos ready took a little bit longer. Ethan says no serialize is my no serialize is my favorite UDA in my code, and you gave an example of that, didn't you? And basically, it would one of your example about the to function. You were doing the blacklist versus the whitelist thing. He says, so no serialize is my favorite UDA in my code, as is at UDA to tag structs only intended to be used as UDAs. Now that's something.
That's an interesting usage.
Yeah.
Well, I guess, yeah. It's kind of like app properties current state. Barely does anything, but it's really useful for self-documentation.
What's the coolest compile time trick you've learned or that you've seen?
Coolest. Ooh. Kind of hard to say because I just find everything about it cool. Well, I like that you can use static for each to generate switch cases. There's some quite exotic uses, I feel.
Yeah, I remember when Damon implemented static for each. It was the hackathon at DConf 2017, I think. Am I right? Livestream 2017, I think it was. There was a big brouhaha about it. A lot of cheering going on. People were happy for it, but I wonder how often it actually gets used. I mean, I think it's a cool feature, but I haven't seen it popping up so much. Yes, 2017 says, oh, hello, Bastian. Haven't seen you today.
I make very heavy use of static for each, because it's just such a powerful code gen tool.
And I guess the reason I don't see it so much is because people don't have problems with it. So it doesn't get mentioned in the forums so much. I guess, wait, Adam says, wait, the what? I guess does Adam use the heavy? Oh, it's a from time to time to auto implement interfaces. Okay.
Another interesting usage.
Have you looked into Attila's library that does the interfaces for structs using DBI?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's. All right, guys, come on. Questions for Bradley and a $25 Amazon e-gift card. I've got 3 names in the pot so far, in the hat.
I think one of the interesting usages of static for each to like inject and generate functions and variables within another type, as you kind of saw in the presentation. So like you have like a templated AST type, you could automatically generate all the fields you need, all the union, the tags, and everything, just using static for each.
So Adam says, in addition to the interface generator, he's using it for communicating. Wait a minute. Oh, no, that's why he uses the interfaces to communicate with RPC servers. And COM forwarding, he uses it in JNI.D, I guess, for this stuff. Yeah, okay. Adam can show that in his live coding session. All right, people. Questions? There's 30 minutes yet until Adam's live coding session, so I've got a few things to say to close out the stream and announce the winners for the Q&A session here and for the daily prize that we're giving out. So we'll be done 5 minutes or so after Bradley leaves. But now's your last chance to ask a question. That's not a question for Bradley.
I think another interesting use of metaprogramming, and I think I talked about this in the original version I didn't go with, is black boxing things. So like, use a function to generate another function while you still have the compile time information, but the function itself is a statically known delegate or something with a static interface. So you use all the compile time information to generate a function, but then you can still keep it around the compile time really easy, runtime really easily. So like one example would be with commands and help text. You generate all the help text at compile time, then just stuff that into a function with a single unified interface. And that's black boxing it.
Yeah. Steve says, I can't think of any questions because I literally agree with almost everything in the talk. D is awesome and metaprogramming in D is very awesome. And it was a well done talk. You covered a lot of bases there. Bastian has a question. Is there anything you miss in metaprogramming functionality?
So recently I've wanted to get the names of the parameter names of functions. I understand that's got quite a few limitations because functions don't have to specify parameter names. But it'd be nice to be able to get to them properly if they do have them.
Ikatsu asks, how do you feel about the __ traits syntax? Although the overall metaprogramming experience in D is amazing, sometimes the heavy usage of it turns the code kind of hard to read.
Do you agree? It can be hard to read, but trying to like spread out usages, like instead of trying to stuff it all into one single if statement, like words. You know how like just in normal runtime code, you sometimes split out a long statement across multiple variables. You kind of do that with metaprogramming. I do agree it's quite ugly, especially considering how needed and powerful _ traits is. But there's really much you can do about it at this point.
Well, that was an intentional decision way back when to make it ugly.
I guess it just outgrew the original plan.
Yeah. Again, just like Stefan said, that's back in the days before metaprogramming became the big thing it is. But I just got to mention the thing about compile times. I know this is a big bugbear with Attila, but D is the only language community that I've ever participated in where people complain about 10-second compile times. I'm serious. I'm like, yeah. 10 seconds. It's 10 friggin' seconds. That is amazing. But no, it's got to be Adam. Oh my God. 10-second compiles are brutally awful. I mean, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I write D code, I write the code, I alt tab to these days in VS Code, I just go down to the terminal window and I compile and I run, and I don't care if it takes 10 seconds. I'm happy with 10 seconds most of the time. What's your threshold, Brad?
Ooh. I'd definitely say 10 seconds is something you get up there, but that's because I like to work in a very iterative way. So write some code, compile and run, write some code, compile and run. Every single second adds up. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I do, but I'm okay with it most of the time. Poor Web Freak says serve D takes half a minute. No. But I don't think that I would imagine that among all the D users in the world, there would be very, very few people who could make the joke about going out to get a cup of coffee while you're waiting for the build to complete. I don't think that happens too often in the D world. So
definitely amazing. Very amazing, actually, how complex metaprogramming system is, how much the work of compiler actually needs to do, and it's still faster than the likes of Rust and C++ and all that.
All right, Brad. Guys, I'm gonna cut the questions here. So Brad, please go ahead and close us out. Any final thoughts?
I just hope the talk really opens your eyes, because D can do things not many other languages actually can. So it's kind of hard to think about kind of out of the box of what you can actually do with D. I just hope it'll help some people at least.
All right. Thank you very much. It was nice chatting to you face to face for the first time. I'll be emailing you again before too long. So if you want to stick around to hear the winner of the 20, wait a minute, what did I say this time? T-shirt, right? Yeah, the second T-shirt of the day we're giving away. I'm going to not Alt-Tab. Okay, Control-Tab over to, here we go. The winner is Web Freak. You get a T-shirt. Congratulations.
Like you always wanted.
I'll be in touch to tell you how you can claim it. Now, let me very quickly edit my my script here with the new names from this round of questions. And then we will pick a winner for the daily prize. And the daily prize is a $50 Amazon e-gift card. Okay, coming right up. Okay, hang on just a second. No, this is right. Okay. All right. This should work. I hope I didn't break anything. All right, here we go. Who's going to win the $50 Amazon e-gift card? Going. Ali. Congratulations, Ali, if you're still around. Steve, thanks. Yeah, I think the problem was with the bit rate. I managed to get the bit rate settings sorted. The previous software I was using wouldn't let me touch it. So, Ali says he gives it to the next winner. So Ali is taking a pass. So I will run it again. And the e-gift card goes to
music in the background.
Esna. So Esna, I will contact you, or no, I don't know who you are. Sorry. I need you to contact me. I'll type the address here in the live stream chat. If you're still around, are you there, Esna? Okay, Esna's not here, so we're going to have to move on to the next one then.
Tumbleweed. Yeah,
Peter.
Esna responded in chat.
Oh, Esna, I'm sorry. Esna is here. All right. Sorry, Peter. We've got Esna. All right. Congratulations. You get a $50 e-gift card. All right. Let me get back. I think I'm going to do a video on how not to do a live stream after this. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sorry, Peter. I should give you a little more time. Okay. Tomorrow we kick off at the same time for day 2. It's a different link. The links are all on, well, the live stream link is on dconf.org right now. The video links are all there. I'll have the slides up tomorrow prior to the first talk. And tomorrow we will go a little bit longer. The final event at 1900 UTC is the Ask Us Anything right here in the live stream, well, the day 2 live stream. But our next thing today, as everybody knows, is Adam's live coding session. That's a different link. I will go ahead and post that link here, but it is also on the dconf.org homepage. So there's the link to Adam's live stream if you don't have it already. Adam, good luck in your live stream. I will get you set up there in a few minutes. So Thanks for watching today, everyone. And I will see you here tomorrow. And I'm probably going to drop by BeerConf in just a bit. So everybody have a nice weekend. Take care. Bye-bye. That's not what I want to do.
Hey, thanks for using our free Jitsi meetings. Stick around for 15 seconds. I'll show you how you can embed and brand Jitsi meetings on your own website. So I'm going to go to jas.8x8.